like flash, but we got here first. Paperwork stacked, and the truth gon' hurt, yeah. Pull up on the block, case cold, no trace. Everybody quiet, but it written on their face. Hey, little boy miss him, mama praying by the gate. We connect dots while they tweeting for the clout chase. Screenshot, camera roll, that's a whole timeline. Lil' buddy say solid, but it crack under shine. We in West End talking to his cousin in the 8. Turn one small rumor to a full resume. Ay, LG investigates. We find what you hide from the south side streets to the north side ride. You can switch your name, you could cross state lines. LG investigates. You can't outrun time, yeah. LG investigates. Whoa, yeah. LG investigates. Yeah. Like somebody slipped in the name. We already got a file, we just adding the page. Flip footed back, see the same. Grady hoodie, same limp, same chain. That's the truth, not a maybe. Bank law, show a little swipe back the corner, then the gas cam catch that tag. By the waffle tie, one red hat to the cart, to the cousin. Circle real small when you really start looking. Look, LG investigates. We find what you hide from the east side traps to the west side drive. We been change your story, you can switch your line. LG investigates. We align them signs. Every small lie feel like a breath test. Ask who did what, nobody say names. Then LG pull up and the room feel strange. LG investigates. We find what you hide on the south side street to the north side ride. Switch your name, you can cross bay line. LG investigates. You train out one time. Blue like flash, but we got here first. Paperwork stacked, and the truth gon' hurt, yeah. Pull up on the block, case cold, no trace. Everybody quiet, but it written on their face. Hey, little boy miss him, mama praying by the gate. We connect dots while they tweeting for the clout chase. Screenshot, camera roll, that's a whole timeline. Lil' buddy say solid, but it crack under shine. We in West End talking to his cousin in the 8. Turn one small
Then I was on mute. Can y'all hear me? I'm just a talking. Let me start this over. What's up, LaShonda? What's up, Lena? What's up, Blessed? Buttercup. What it do? Sunshine. We got sunshine in the building. We got healing and justice. What it do? Hey, Oliver. What's up, Jamaica? What's up, Keisha in this motherfucker? Let's see who else up in here. Sweet Peaches. You must be from Atlanta, ATL, down there with them peaches. And we got the old boy, nothing but old boy. He here the time to hear. He over here trying to hear the real. And we're gonna break it down as real as I can. So can y'all hear me? Put a Oh, you can hear us now. Thank you, cause hey, when y'all cannot hear me, just say I'm reading. Just say, girl, we can't hear nothing you saying, cause I'm just a talking. I'm all way through the daggone live. Nah, okay. Y'all gonna wait. Y'all gonna let me get all the way through the live to say we can't hear you. We don't want that. I want y'all to hear me in the beginning and the end. All right. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna play the audio of Lulu and sister. Okay. So it is, I will say this audio comes from Nothing But the Truth. So you could go over there and listen to as well for yourself. Nothing But the Truth, the voice of reason. She did give me permission to share her video, and I'm gonna share the telephone call. Although it is hard to hear, and I will say and agree with her, you could I put it into an app to like kind of uh, take out the back noise on it, and it ain't doing no good. Because once I did that, you couldn't hear anything. So we just gonna have to play it the way it's originally is on Nothing But the Truth, the voice of reason. We just gonna have to play it that way. But if you have earphones on, maybe you could catch some of the things I caught, and I caught it without the earphone. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with her audio. And hopefully everything will play right without it stopping. Went to the gas station, wanted to be a block for minutes or whatnot, and I'm like, pulling up a little bit. Gas station, I see the street, and I'm coming. All of a sudden, I see a whole bunch of a whole bunch of everything headed the opposite direction, but then I see a new U-turn. I'm like, fuck. I said the tone can hear this I'm camping. So I hurry up and pull up and do a U-turn. On a stretcher. I don't know if he fell, he stepped off, he got out of the car, he stepped back in the falling. I have no idea. Okay, so right there, Lulu tells the sister she don't know if he fell or got out the car. Right? Thank you, Michelle. Catwell. Thank you. And welcome and welcome and welcome. Now she says she doesn't know if he fell or jumped out the car. The sister asks her, why wouldn't you stop? If he jumped out the car or he fell, why didn't you stop? She says, this is what I caught. She's saying, I ain't stopped because this is nothing uncommon. She ain't stopped because this is nothing uncommon. In other words, he jumps out the car all the daggone time, and I never stop when I'm driving. That stood out to me. Maybe it's something he used to do all the time. I don't know. Maybe that's why the old wounds is on him, because he done jumped out the car, and it was a normal to her. So that's why she didn't stop. Why didn't you call her? Well, I didn't think it was that serious. I didn't think it was that serious. Now also what I made out. Now, this is where was her mistake, because Lulu saying he jumped out the car, he fell when she made a U-turn or whatever. However it is, something about a U-turn. That's why I couldn't make out. But I heard her clearly say she gets out the car and calls the police, and she sees a nurse rendering aid to him. Man, y'all, this video call is right after Dro incident. Dro is now in the hospital in the ICU. Okay? She says when first she didn't know he fell out, or she didn't know he fell out, or she didn't know he jumped out. However, she stopped the car and got out. When she stopped the car and got out, she sees a nurse rendering him. So my question is, wouldn't the nurse seeing him jump out her car? When she said she got out and she the one called the 911, according to Lulu, she is the one who called 911 after seeing a nurse rendering aid. So that means if let me tell y'all, she seen the nurse rendering aid to him. Shouldn't the nurse and the fiance have saw him jump out of her vehicle? But then again, what not making sense is she keeps going to the gas station. Then she makes a U-turn, come back down, and see him on a stretcher. Well, why did you have to leave if you saw a nurse sitting there rendering aid and you called 911? Why did you pull off? Why did you pull off? If you saw him, that means you knew he jumped out the car or fell out the car, allegedly. Okay? And the nurse right there watched him jump out the car because the nurse started rendering aid. Or did y'all had already put him down there and you knew he was down there and you just came down, come around and see him on the ground because somebody done told you the job is done, we got him out there, and you came down just to make sure he was down there on the ground, and you looked over and you see somebody rendering aid to him. Then you get out your car and tell them you the girlfriend. While you see the aid, the nurse rendering aid. Because there's no way he fell, jumped, whatever from your vehicle, and you stop, you call 911, and you looking at an aid you looking at a nurse rendering aid, but you just gets back in your car, go up there to the gas station and sit and wait for the ambulance to come and wait a little bit longer because you came back. That's why it explains why the fiance said you came back, because you left while they was rendering aid and you came back. However, when did they jump immediately to render aid? That means they watched him fall from your vehicle. There go my sister right there. Hey, God's child. Hey, God's child. I'm begging for likes. So tell them get them likes up for me. So that's the mistake she made. Another, because it wouldn't make sense if you driving You make a turn. He falls out the vehicle. But then you said you never got out the vehicle. But you said you got out the vehicle, called 911 because a nurse working on. So did you get out the vehicle or not? Sister asks you, why did you leave him out there on the ground? Her words is, why would I stop? This ain't nothing uncommon. So in other words, she said, why would I stop? This is nothing uncommon. Meaning you never stop. Since it's uncommon, it's something he do all the time and get back up and walk to a destination. You didn't realize it was that serious. Why didn't you call us? Because I didn't know it was serious. Well, you had to know it was serious if you got out the damn car and you went over there and you seen a nurse, you calling 911 while the nurse rendering aid. You had to know it was serious. Exactly. She got out the car. No, she got out, but it seemed like she cared. She didn't care because this is something uncommon to her. This ain't nothing that, this is what she's saying. This is nothing uncommon. Meaning this is common to her. This is something he do. This is something he does. So why should I stop? Why should I call y'all? I didn't know it was this serious. He done jumped plenty of times. It was never this serious. I'm the one get out and call 911. Well, how did you get out and call 911 when the nurse people was already there rendering aid? They was calling 911. You get in your car. Well, I honestly believe the girl did. She been already up at that gas station. That will explain why she was coming from that direction. She had already been sitting up there at Circle K, waiting for that damn call to say we got him out there on that ground. She came back to make sure he was out there on that ground. By the time she came back down to make sure he was on that ground, the nurse was right there helping him. She gets out, played like, oh, that's my boyfriend. He jumped, we got into it. We had an argument. He jumped out the car. And she gets back in her car, just before the paramedics and stuff. She gets back in her car and drives back up to that daggone gas station and waited to listen for the fire departments, the fire departments and paramedics. That's what she did. Because again, that means if you seen a nurse, if you have seen a nurse come down, he jumped out your car and all of a sudden the nurse right there to help him. That means the nurse them seen him jump out your car too. Why they didn't see that? When they rolled up, they seen him on the ground. So Kiera, you're live. You're a mistake. Then at 1 minute you never got out the car because it's something he do all the time. You never knew he fell. How you not know he fall when you seeing a nurse rendering aid? I wish this video and audio was so clear. I wish I could get the clear version of the audio so I could clearly hear it. But what I did hear is she did not know he fell. Then he jumped out her car. She said, why would she stop? And when she made that U-turn, he jumped out the car, and all of a sudden, the nurse them get out their car to help. The nurse them never said they seen her jump out no car. Hey, mentor. The nurse them never said that. Now, what I do want to do is go over Polo Witness. I want to go over her for a little bit. Polo Witness, for one, I thought it was a guy witness, but it done changed from being a male witness to a female witness. So we'll go with this witness, right? homeless, the homeless witness. Homeless witness started off as a male, but now all of a sudden there's no male homeless witness. There's a female homeless witness. Now let's go over her. Now I wouldn't say she did not see them at a Wawa, because it is proof that they was at a Wawa. It were 4 individuals. Kiera, 2 young guys, one being Arthur, the other I'm unknown name until I could figure out who that other guy was, and Dro. There were 3 males and a female. Now, here's where I'm finna debunk this. They was at a Wawa in a black truck, right? Because we know, because Dro was on the phone trying to contact Jason at this time. You had 2 individuals, one at the passenger door and one in the back of the car, like he was pumping the gas. Or he was just in the back of the car. I don't even know if the gas pump on that side. But we do see. Okay. And we see Kiera in the back seat. Now, here's where I'm finna debunk this witness. This homeless witness. How in the hell could Dro be pushed out of a fucking car where Lulu was in the back seat? Dro was driving. How could Lulu in the back seat with another young man? You got a young man in the passenger seat, and you have a young man that's driving. How do they go from laughing and having fun to them pushing him out the car? What day did she see them in Wawa? They lying. Yeah. Straight line. What day could she have seen him? What day did she see 4 people in this vehicle at a Wawa? Is it the same day on Christmas Eve we seen them at Wawa? Because we do see them at Wawa. 2 guys, Dro and Lulu, sitting in the back seat. So, and let's just say this. Even if Dro was in the back seat and he's sitting behind the passenger side, then you got a guy in the back seat. You got her driving and a guy in the front seat. Even if Dro was in the back seat. So what she think? That the guy, that Dro gonna let this guy reach over him, open the door and push him out without even trying to fucking grab that nigga, and they both going out at the same time? Now you got to ask yourself too, who hits a guardrail straight head on and get up to go back in the car? Who does? I'm going to say this again. 2 males in the back seat. And one reached over this male to open the door. Dro sitting on the passenger seat. The other one on the driver's seat. He just going to reach over, open the door, and push Dro out, with Dro grabbing this motherfucker. They all both going out together. Because that's exactly what would have happened. Both of them would have been landed on that ground. Then I'm going to also say this. If you get the draw out the area, how he gets out a vehicle and hit the how he gets out. Okay, they throw him, Geronimo, They done threw him so far he hit the guardrail. Boom. And get back up. Get back up, y'all, after crushing his head on the guardrail. Okay? Gets back up to walk back to the goddamn car and fall. Get out of here. Stop the nonsense, Polo. Stop it. I know you want to be right, but you're not. You know this lady lying. You full of shit, Polo. That's not what happened. And it definitely ain't happened when all four of them was at that Wawa. Because Lulu was in the back seat at that Wawa. Hey, old boy. And how can she hear? I ain't think about that one. How can she hear laughing and don't having a good time if they in a car riding down the street? Okay? And how come they go from laughing, having a good time, how they go from laughing, having a jolly old Merry Christmas Eve time? Because that's what day it was, Christmas Eve. Now, I won't doubt. She probably went up there panhandling and asking them for a couple of dollars. Drew probably handed her off a couple of dollars or something to get her some whatever, right? That's why she remembered them. She detailed remember them. But what I'm saying is she saw them the same way we saw them on the video. She did not see this man get thrown out no damn car because Lulu was in that back seat comfortably with her blanket. Polo, stop it. And anybody believing the bullshit, stop it. It's not making no sense. Then he hit his head. Forehead. He hit his forehead. He crashed his forehead and get the fuck back up and try to get back to the car. Y'all really believe in this bullshit? Polo, stop. You only doing this because you want to be right. You want to act like you fucking solving some shit, but you just fucking narrating this case to your narrative. And you want them fucking ain't got that brain of their own ass motherfuckers. No subscribers. I'm following you, and I got my own brain. And I tell you, you can block me all damn day. I don't care. Because I'm telling you that you sound ridiculous. And that damn crackhead bitch sound ridiculous too. Y'all believe in this ridiculous bullshit. And then I see some content creators fucking going with it like, he hit his head on the rail. No, the fuck he did not. Then explain his defensive wounds on his arms. How did he get those defensive wounds? How did he get hit on the back of his head? Sweetie, what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. The homeless bitch is a liar. Lulu was in the back seat at that Wawa. And Dro did not get thrown out no goddamn car. What I'm saying is what I'm always going to say. That boy got beat at that cabin. He got beat the fuck down at that cabin. What I'm saying is Lulu lied to the sister. One minute she saw him fall, then she didn't see him fall. Then she get out the car and call 911. Then the nurse and them see him fall out the car and help render aid. That's Lulu line. Lulu came back to make sure he was on that ground. By the time she came back down to make sure he was on that ground, she did see the nurse now. Because somebody already told her we got him out there. Then she leave and sit up there for another 20 to 25 minutes till the ambulance get called. Then she come down when she see him on the stretcher. So she went to the crime scene twice. Let's talk about it. But she innocent. She went to the crime scene twice. When she seen the nurse and them fucking with him, helping him rendering aid. And when she came back, he was on the stretcher. Twice. And when she could have just stayed the fuck there. What I'm saying is, he also got new stuff to listen to. What are you saying, Lena? You know, funny. They're not telling the truth. Not at all. Um, oh yeah, Miss Lady T. Yeah, I don't even listen to her because what she's saying is not adding up. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I know his weapons was always in the car. I know she took them two phones and left those the gun that she purchased here. And I'm not guaranteed to say he brought both of his guns there on that trip, but I do know allegedly in that gun case, she's supposed to have to purchase him a gun for Christmas. But my thing is, it ain't about that's extra shit. I'm that not saying what I'm saying is the gun and all that is extra shit. But what I'm saying is this nurse, this homeless nurse, not because she homeless, she's a liar. She's just a fucking liar. We all saw Lulu in the back seat. Now unless they came, now unless all four of them went to Wawa again. And Lulu happened to be driving. And if that's the case, Dro wasn't around. And then why did Lulu get upset when the sister asked, why was you driving? Now she think the sister questioning her. You damn right I'm questioning you. Because we know you ain't drove in a long time. So why was you driving? Now she want to put people on mute and then come off mute and get all sassy. You think I leave your fucking brother? Yeah, because you did. You not left him once, you left him twice. Because you didn't even go to the hospital, bitch. You left them on that ground. You watched them people rendering aid. You didn't give a fuck, because if you gave a fuck, you'd have got your ass, pulled your car off to the right-hand side, far over. Ain't nobody gonna run shit over. They see all these cars on the right-hand side, stop, and all you had to do was sit down there with that damn nurse. No, you came back down, circled back around, and saw that he was out there. There was enough there. She is lying. Yes, she got quiet, and then all of a sudden, I guess the phone ended. Because I would love to hear that whole conversation with the sister and Lulu. I would love to hear it and break that whole conversation down. Because as soon she got so defensive when that girl asked, well, why was you driving? She didn't have no answer for that. Her answer was to get defensive. When you don't have an answer of why you was driving, that let me know Dro was not alive then. That's why you was driving. Who else was gonna drive? Use common sense. Everybody agreeing, oh boy, right? Like the first Wawa was from before they went on the trip. I think it was the Wawa in Gainesville that she talking about. Well, let me tell you something, Miss Lady T. We don't know if it was Ballard Wawa or the Wawa in Gainesville. All I could do is say what I see on my eyes, and I see them at a Wawa. 4 people. Now, like I said, the homeless lady did say she seen 4 people. That's the same video she seen at Wawa. She may saw them at Wawa. I'm not saying she did not see them at Wawa, but all that other extra shit, them leaving Wawa and all that extra shit, she's lying about. She lying. Why do you think Ma Black ain't came out and said anything? Because Ma Black know Polo line. Whoever this Ma Black lady, whoever this Ma Black person is, she ain't came out to correct fucking Polo. And she was there. Polo want her to come out and lie with him. That ain't gonna happen. Cause Ma Black know this lady ain't saying no shit like that. Ma Black know this lady lying. Let's just put it like that. Yeah, she said it, but Ma Black know this bitch lying. That's why Ma Black ain't came out. Yeah, she said something about the U-turn. So she is talking about the day of. Okay. So the day of the incident, she made that U-turn. And like I was telling y'all, when she made that U-turn, Dro was not inside her car when she was coming down from that gas station. When she made that U-turn, Dro was already on the ground. That probably explained why she said the nurse now was rendering aid. Dro was not even never in her car when she came back down. He was already on the ground. They ain't pushed him out of nothing, Simone. They did not push him out of nothing. They beat his ass at that cabin. They didn't push him out of nothing. She couldn't have played in my face the way she did them. Let me tell you, she playing, and she's still playing in their face. I don't understand why they letting her play in their face. But it seemed like they let a lot of people play in their face. They letting the damn activists play in their face. They letting the research team play in their face. My opinion. Now I can believe that. She pulled off to go drop the others out the car. I can believe that. But then again, she couldn't pull, all of them can't get out the car. It was 3 men. If we want, 2 men by this time. 1 unconscious. She didn't put him out there on that ground. She didn't lay him out there on that ground with his fucking slippers on, his slide-ins on. Y'all, he have on slide-ins, slide-ons. He have on slide-ons on his feet. The shirt not dirty. It's not ripped. Nothing ripped on him. Blood. Where was the blood? He got on a white beater on. Why ain't no blood on his white beater? Y'all believe he got thrown and hit the damn guardrail and got up from hitting his head on his forehead, head on to the guardrail. Boom! And he just gets up and try to go back to the car. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, and no. That did not happen. No, he was not thrown out no damn car. Again, where's the abrasions? Where's the road rash? Where's it at? Where's the scrapes? Where's the scuffs? He was neatly placed there with his wallet, his phone, and the $15 damn, the $35 bills, and the damn chicken wings, because that was on the side of him. Okay, he was neatly placed there. When Lulu came and did that U-turn, she came to make sure he was out there, because somebody had already let her know he out there. We got him down there. And she rolled to see him for the last time out there on that ground. And by the time she came back down, did that U-turn. Because when she did that U-turn, a black car came through their light, came behind her. She kept going. And when they stopped and saw him over there, and they get out the car. She just made sure he was down there. That's it. That's all. Exactly. And that's exactly what I believe, oh boy. That they beat him at the cabin, possibly could have redressed him. And I believe it, because if you get beat, you still gonna have some kind of scuffling going on with your shirt and all that. Your shirt gonna be all wrinkled, motherfuckers grabbing you and shit. So yeah, and they reclothe him. You right. Because that would make sense. That's why he was so clean. And then they politely laid him out there. Because even if they reclothed him and pushed him out the damn car, he's at the clean, redressing him or not, he still was going to have some kind of road rash, shirt was going to be ripped, or some kind of graveling on his shirt. His pants legs going to be having holes in it, burn holes. So yeah, they dressed him and neatly put him out there. He ain't get thrown out of nowhere. That's all they trying to do, Angela, is throw people off track. And I am disappointed in Polo to even believe that this lady saw him get pushed out the back seat of a car into a whole guardrail. Then she witnessed him try to get up and get back towards the car. Get out of here. That did not. Hey, Karen Jackson, that did not happen. Then the guy said he sent Tasha pictures of Dro. Is that a confirmation? Huh? What guy? Oh, the first witness. Could have been a confirmation the job is done. I don't understand why he sat out there and took those damn pictures. They staged them, God's child, sis. They staged them. I mean, if you're going to take the pictures, why not record everything that you, I mean, I don't know. I believe the first guy was the guy that set him out there. Help was part of setting him out there. That's what I believe. And I also believe the first guy that was on Polo Live saying that he's not the homeless guy and that he works, I believe he was paid by somebody to say he was out there. I don't believe it was him. He don't even know what kind of car he was in. I don't believe he was ever even out there. What I believe is they paid him to say shit, and he ain't get his shit right. Getting back to life, man. What's up, getting back to life? And why the pictures? We don't know. Right, but he sent it right to Tasha. He sure did. The same man that reached out to Tasha, huh? Ain't that the same man that reached out to Tasha and said it was a whole bunch of money in the damn street? Wait a minute. A whole bunch of paper in the street. And when he got out to go chase the paper in the street, he realized the paper was money. $3 $15, $3 $5 bills. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. He wouldn't have a scrape on his head or face. He would have braced his fall. And exactly. He would have braced his fall, and he would have he'd have a sprained ankle, a sprained arm, a broken arm, something broke, fractured in his extremities, lower extremities. Something would have been broken. A fractured leg, a fractured ankle. Come on now. You get thrown out the car at that speed, they ain't even have enough. First of all, she driving and they throw him out the damn car. The damn car door ain't even gonna have enough power to stay wide open while you're throwing him out the car without you going out that bitch with him. Especially if you fighting in the inside, bitch, I'm bringing you with me. We both gonna fall because I got a good grip on you. You got a good grip on me. If anything, I'm gonna flip your ass over and get you up off of me and throw your ass out. Come on now. You think somebody just gonna sit there? No, he was sedated inside that damn hotel room. Sedated enough where he couldn't fight back. Okay? He was sedated in that cabin. I'm sorry. He was sedated inside that cabin where he could not fight back. Beat upside his damn head. When he was, let me tell y'all, he went all the way out. He wasn't all the way sedated out because he was still able to curl up in a little ball and take his hands and cover it over his face and his head. That's how he got the defensive wounds by his elbow. He covering himself. Polo explained that. How he got bruising. Not road rash. Not scrapes. Not burns. Bruising. Purplish, black, green. Bruising. On his back forearms. Why is that? Because he was covering up like a little baby, trying to stop them from hitting him in his head. He done got hit several times in the top of his head. He trying to cover that shit up. And they started beating him. Now they beating his arms. Defensive. Polo, I understand you upset with that family. I understand you upset with Shanae. But don't go out here bringing no goddamn bullshit. Because what she's saying does not match the fucking examiner summary. What this homeless lady's saying does not match this goddamn summary. You want everybody, Polo. You want everybody to hear what you want them to hear and agree with you because you feel some type of way in your butt ass feelings about some bullshit that Tasha them with to go get the goddamn activists. But you got to realize the activists saw we got the PI money. Oh, y'all, we got the PI money. The activists saw that and reached out to them ASAP. I'm from Gainesville. I'm from down there. I can make shit move. Fuck that. I done this. I done that case. I done went to the mayor's office and she ain't doing shit for these damn people. She ain't doing shit for the Davis family. Everything is about her, not the Davis family. Have y'all ever heard her talking and speaking? She ain't really saying shit. She gives a fuck about the Davis family and Drone. I promise y'all she do. She ain't looking for no justice. She looking to see how she can fucking get them a lawsuit. And then she gonna file a lawsuit with the Davis now because she gonna make sure they have to pay her. She might not ask for nothing now, but I'm going to guarantee she's going to ask for something later when y'all could have just got y'all an attorney to do this shit. Cases don't get solved overnight. You motherfuckers had to be patient. Now you ain't going to get shit solved. And she ain't doing nothing but fucking up your case even more. That's all she doing, Amaro. She saw that the family, when Natalie and them came on and said the autopsy came back, and so they closed the case. So we really gonna need a PI. So we're gonna go ahead and ask the supporters to help us. And boom, 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 boom. Then she came back. We got the money for the PI, and all of a sudden you see this damn fucking scammer. See, scammers sit back and watch shit. She could sit there and say she doing this out of her kindness of her heart. No, the fuck she ain't. It's something to what the fuck she's doing. Or I can help them get a lawsuit. And then she gonna fucking turn around and file a lawsuit on fucking Tasha and them if they don't give her no money. If they get money from this shit. It's coming. It's coming. She don't give a fuck about y'all, Tasha. That activist cares less about Dro and y'all. Y'all ought to get her to keep screaming justice for Dro. She ain't even doing that. She's screaming fucking ching 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 ching. GPD did this. GPD did that. Oh, Polo this or this that. It's all she focusing more on Polo than she focusing more on Dro. I'm watching this shit, and I can see through that lady. I can see through her. She may not ask her for it now, but when it come all down to dandy, when if the judge grant them a damn lawsuit, that bitch gonna fucking file a lawsuit with Tasha now. Her hand is out, bitch. Her hand is out. She ain't helping them. Help them look a fool. What was that shit for Saturday? I mean, for real. I still keep asking since that day. What the fuck was that for? What was it for? What did they go down there for? To come live and show her with a baby on her hip? Is that what I mean? I didn't get that movement Saturday. What was the movement for? They ain't talk to nobody. They wasted fucking gas. Show me on a goddamn weekday. Show me on a busy working weekday that bitch got y'all down there in front of that goddamn mayor's office, inside the mayor's office. Show me that. Then I believe you want justice for Dro. That too, Keisha. They close on the weekend, Miss Lady. Show me on a working weekday that they down there in front of the mayor's office requesting to see the mayor. I promise you can do that. You can go down that motherfucker. Hell, you can sit out there and protest. You don't need a whole bunch of people. The same amount of people you had Saturday, y'all can sit down there. It don't matter. Sit down there with your signs in front of there. Let the mayor see y'all. Let him see y'all every day when he tired of seeing y'all. Go down there every motherfucking day. Rent you a goddamn bus or some kind of family van and go down there. If y'all gotta switch the fuck up, go down that motherfucker every goddamn day until they get tired of seeing y'all black asses. Y'all will get y'all fucking case open. Y'all don't need that bitch. Because all that bitch is for is money. I'm trying to tell y'all. She's sitting there talking about, and then talking about this. Y'all going off a research team that is not certified to do a goddamn thing. They are content creators. One is a content creators. They got some other motherfuckers. Tell them, let you see they credential as a being 15 years doing the nursing and research. Anybody can research. Hell, I've been researching since 2011 on this bitch. Does that mean I'm certified? I done worked in the fucking nursing field as a CNA. Certified nurse assistant. I'm certified for that, but not anymore. You got to keep doing your license. But what I'm saying is, just because you work with somebody, you done went in that damn room, probably checked the damn monitors and this and that. But you ain't work right beside that surgeon, that neurosurgeon. You wasn't in that operating room. You don't work in that field. Show us your credentials, bitch. They don't know shit. That part. Let me highlight that. That part. If that's the case, I'm an internet detective badge number 364686. Okay? For real, like that. They need to stop. They need to stop with this. They do what Miss Audible. I mean, it just take common sense to piece this together. It takes common sense, not theories. I tell you, all you got to do is listen to what each even Art listen to what he said. Listen to his daggone interview. Listen to the conversation that Lulu and the sister had. She gets out the car, calls the police. So not getting out the car, to driving up there, sitting, waiting. She come back, he on the stretcher. To he jumps out and the nurse stops her car to help him. That means the nurse never saw him jump out, right? Well, I tell you. Just common sense. Okay? She's talking about she gonna get messy. She gonna mess up that case going down there talking to the mayor messy. If she really, I'm telling you, let me tell you something. Okay, let's say the David family can't get down there. I know somebody out the David family could get down there. Meet the damn activists down there. How about the activists recruit her own Justice Drove people down there in Gainesville, and they go down there screaming Justice Drove at the mayor's office? How about that? She don't need the Davis family if they can't get down there. She know they're 5 hours away. Tell that bitch if she really about her business, get her ass off that stinking flat pillow ass, stinking pleather ass couch, because I know it's stinking in a motherfucker. Pleather too, with her stinking big ass. Tell her get her stinking ass off that nasty smelling ass couch. Recruit her own Justice Drove people and go to the goddamn mayor's office if she about it. Because she ain't about Justice Drove. She ain't about the Davis family. I know what she's looking for. For real. I'm serious, like Miss Lady T, you peeped that. I believe that who they gave the people money to. Oh no, I ain't get to see Miss T. What's the name? How did they even get info from the cabinet if the man act like he didn't? He would want to talk to the police. You saying how did who get the info from the cabin? Well, see, remember y'all. Here's another thing. Wait a minute, hold on, y'all. Hold on. So here's another thing. Remember when it first been brought out, right? Remember, it was said Lulu told the family they had gotten into it Friday night. Remember, she said they had gotten into an argument Friday night. Remember, one of the neighbors contacted the manager Friday night. It was never Saturday night. But the police, in one hand, they said the police came and never knocked on the door because by the time the manager came, everything was quiet. Y'all, do anybody remember that? When it very first came out that it was an argument Friday in that cabin, sometime Friday, and the police allegedly was called, but the police did not even go to the door because by the time the police came, everything was quiet. According to the neighbor, according to the witness, a neighbor or somebody down there, that when the police did come, everything was quiet. Like it had got quiet. Right. 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 So I know I ain't tripping, but then the police officer tells the family actually what the police officer said is they did not receive a call Saturday. No, we didn't get no call out here Saturday. I'm sure they went back and looked on their record and see if they had received a call Friday because the call was actually done Friday. The argument was actually Friday and not Saturday. Hey, Amy, Emma, I hate to not. I'm say five. No, Emma. Yeah, that's what they said at first. I know I ain't tripping. Yes, the lady who cleaned up need to be speaking for real. Yeah, but she probably afraid. She's probably afraid. And wait a minute, y'all. We're going to do part 2 tomorrow about this daggone homeless lady. Scared. Now she's scared. She getting threats. Who in the hell threatening this damn lady? Who will threaten her? Who threatened the damn homeless lady? Who would threaten her? And why? Because she didn't see the shit. Threaten her because she lied? Who would be threatening this damn homeless lady? It's hard to find homeless people in one spot. So how they fucking find her to threaten her? Yes, I remember something like that. But they said no police came. Not sure which day. It was on a Friday. They said the argument happened Friday. There has to be some surveillance or in that cabin. I believe cameras are in the cabin. That's very he he keeps screaming they need a warrant. Right. What is he hiding? What is he hiding? And see, that's why I said he's suspect to me, because he knows something took down to make something took down where he sat there the next day. Maybe he did not make it Friday. He made it the next day. He made it to the cabin the next day as she was moving out the cabin by herself. And saw her coming out crying, saying, I ain't coming back in there. No, you're not, because Dro probably laid out on that damn floor. But you got to go back in there and step over his damn body, getting your shit out of there. Because they scared the lies coming out. But while, they said that the cabin owner called Kiera by her nickname, Lulu. How he know she go by Lulu? He suspect to me. Now, Oliver, I did hear that on my end. I heard him say Lulu. However, when they I saw somebody else live, Open Book Live, and she played it again, and it sounded like he's saying Lord, because the Mr. Tyrone was showing him the video, the FaceTime video he was on with Dro. That's why you hear Dro in the background, and showing that lady saying, hey, you know her? So that's what, but they said it did sound like he said Lulu. I swear it did, like, yeah, that's Lulu. But they say he said, yeah, that's Lord. But they picked that spot for a reason. They picked it for a reason. That's what I'm saying, Miss Jackson. Where's the cameras? And then for him to say there's no cameras out there on that campground, it's hard to believe. You got out-of-towners. So you mean to tell me I'm going to rent from you and ducked off in the woods, and you don't have no cameras? These are your guests. You're going to at least have some kind of protection for your guests that's renting your cabins. So the guests ain't got no kind of fucking protection. Anybody come up through there and do something. I don't believe it. I believe he have cameras, but guess what? I guarantee they wiped out. Or he'll say the cameras wasn't working. They wiped out. He done wiped out them cameras. It's over. I don't know if Jason planned those vacations, but he ain't off my shit list neither. Everybody knew everybody. And like I said, I believe it started with Lay Rich. I believe it started with Lay Rich. Lay Rich and Art fucks around. Talk to the daddy. Wow, up? Talk to the daddy. And a week later, his son dead. Lay Rich know it wasn't about trying to be in no couple, no relationship with Big Tyrone. She knew that shit. She knew it wasn't about being in no relationship with Big Tyrone. That was a setup. A whole setup. Oh, they said she was driving because it was her car. Because I don't even believe it. Because she never drove. Lulu don't even want to drive. Lulu don't even want to drive. She wasn't driving because it was her car. Dro still was driving her car. Oh, Black Butterfly. I ain't hear that one. She said the argument was about not meeting her needs. Well, I guess there's so many arguments. Because it was about, the argument started with him unblocking his ex. So which one is it? Not meeting the sexual needs, and there was never no Papa John's. That man ain't never make it to Papa John's. And all I can say, the man never made it to no damn Papa John's. Exactly. That's why I said if they'd had an attorney, Karen, the attorney would have got all this shit opened up. While we being investigators, guess what? We'd have had a press conference already if they'd have got them an attorney. They had the money. They'd have got them an attorney. It'd have been a press conference with reopening the case. But I'm going to tell y'all this, and I don't know if this means anything. I got up this morning, and before I go to bed, I'm going to do it. I keep requesting for GPD, not Gilchrist, GPD records at Southwest Archer accident report. Any other time, they'll tell me they still have it open. However, they're not responding. I'm telling you, they ain't even responding back to what I'm asking for. They ain't saying it's open. They ain't saying it's closed. I'm just, so the more they don't respond, the more I'm going to keep tagging their email up. That's all. I mean, what they going to do? So I don't know. So in a sense, it's making me think it's not completely closed. Because if it's completely closed, why you're not fucking releasing the goddamn records like Gilchrist did? Gilchrist closed theirs. GPD ain't releasing shit. Right. I want to know what she said in the interrogation room if they interviewed her. Because it almost sounds like they didn't interview her. They took her word for it on the scene, and that was that. It don't even seem like a fucking GPD even talked to her. They only going by what first responders said. That's what I'm thinking. I don't even think GPD even said 2 words. And then to say they took her car apart and all this, that's a damn lie. I don't believe that either. I believe, I'm going to tell you like this. I believe Lulu know exactly who harmed Dro. She might not have knew the play was going down. It's out of her control. It was out of her control because she didn't see the play. She wasn't part of the play. However, she done got herself caught up because the play done went down now. The play there. And somebody telling her to be the fuck quiet and she next. That's what I believe. I believe they already telling her she better fucking be quiet as she next. Never took this case serious. And that's another thing. They never took the case serious. Why? I don't know. Why would they only believe one person and then turn around the mom? I want to see the mother interview too, because they did interview the mother. They sure did. They interviewed the mother. That's why her name on that bitch. They interviewed the mother, and the mother allegedly tells them Lulu is a model girlfriend, so she don't have any doubt that Lulu did this. Well, I want to know what Renee feel now, because it's all plain and simple. Your son was murdered. There's no way around it. He was not thrown from no car. He did not jump from no car. That man was unalive at that cabin. Period. Point blank. And somebody cared enough to politely get him dressed in some fresh clothes, carry him out there, lay him down politely, make sure his wallet was seen, his phone was seen, and the $3 $5 bills was seen next to him. They even took careful time to put the wings on the side of him. So, with that being said, Lulu, Joe was out there for a minute for somebody to be able to do all that. Before them people came from Texas Roadhouse, Joe was out there. It's just a coincidence. You was on your way down to make sure he was out there from the phone call you received or the text. All right, he out there. And you come down. By the time you come down, the people coming from the Texas Roadhouse is at that light across from you. You had the right of way. You the car that went the right of way, and you made that sharp turn back up, and that car, that light change, the nurse now right behind you, pulls up behind you and stopped, and you kept going. Oh no, wait a minute, you pulled over when they stopped so you could purposely play it off and act like he jumped out your car. They would have saw him jump out your car. If you saw them rendering aid, they saw him jump from your car. So somebody lying. And you, out of your own mouth, said you made the U-turn. But when you made the U-turn, the man was already on the ground because the people already rendering help. You came down to make sure he was on that ground. Ain't nobody stupid. And I can't believe that they letting her get away with murder. And as long as they keep that activist, that don't give a fuck about Drew, long as they, because I'm going to tell you now, while the activists preaching for them, it's making the public look like the David family don't give a fuck about Drew. They only going for a lawsuit. That activist making them look bad. She's a liar. We know Lulu a liar. When she said the man bust his head up at the damn gas station. Then she tell the David family he bust his head at the cabin. Then she turned around and said he jumped out the car. Oh, no, he didn't jump out the car. I pulled over and he gets out the car. Oh, he didn't do that. He fall. The car door was open and he just fall out the car. Y'all don't believe this witness. Not because she's homeless. No, I'm not saying that. Don't believe her because what she's saying is not making sense of him. She made the U-turn at the Wawa. Okay, she might have did all that. They probably did do all that to go back up towards the cabin, somewhere near the cabin. Maybe they was on their way towards the cabin. They was in Gainesville, but they probably wasn't near the cabin. They was on their way to the cabin. Okay, so let's say that when she saw them kiki, Drew was happy at the Wawa. He was happy. He was excited. She wasn't. She didn't feel too good. She wasn't feeling it. But they made it to the Wawa. The next day, they had the Christmas thing together. Her and he. Matching pajamas. Playing the game. I wouldn't say she didn't see them. She saw all four of them. But my thing is, Lulu was in the back seat. That's what she forgot. How the hell that man get pushed out the back seat with Lulu in the back seat, and we all see Dro driving. Matter of fact, why she couldn't tell what color vehicle they was in. Because at this point, had she saw them at the Wawa, they was in a black vehicle. Now, if he was pushed out of any goddamn car, was it the black or the white vehicle? Won't they go look for her again and ask her that? That lady is a liar. She lied too. I don't know what she wanted. If Polo know the real story, why just reveal it? What is he waiting for? Because he bullshit playing games with he playing games too. And I like Polo, but I got to stop. I'm not gonna agree with what he's doing. Just because he upset with the damn Fiona, the activist, and Tasha now, that don't mean if you won't dress it for Dro too, quit playing with the family. If you got some information, then let the shit out. Quit teasing these motherfuckers for it. He full of shit too. Just drop the receipts and quit playing. Exactly, Jamaica. Drop the receipts and stop playing with these people. These people really want to know that I hope, I know somebody out their family wants to know what happened to Dro. And that's sad what he doing to the family life. And I got some more receipt. Drop it, because this bullshit with this damn lady matches nothing on that medical examiner's summary, the pathologist. Nothing matches. Okay, he hit his head on the guardrail. Explain how the fuck he hit his head on how his back, his head get hit. Explain that. Again, explain the bruising on his arms to his elbows. Explain that. I can explain it. The man was already getting beat upside his head, and he took his hands to cover in a ball, probably rolled up in a fetal ball position, and they beating him and still beating him and beating his arms. They ain't got nothing to do with Polo. Stop it. Go find another. Just stop it. Stop it. This homeless lady is a fucking liar. You can't even put her in the goddamn court and say that shit to the judge. She's not credible. Yes, Polo is the author of confusion. Yeah, he trying to confuse the case. Now he wants y'all to believe this damn homeless person when nothing she says out her mouth matched that medical examiner's report. All you have to do is examine a damn report yourself. Put it in medical terms. It'll tell you what happened to that man. Yes, Olivia, I'll give it raw, because I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. You got these people that follow along, playing, follow along with Polo, follow along with the activists, follow along with the research when none of that shit is right. Instead of breaking it down raw and giving it to you raw, because like I said, the family ain't gonna like what they gonna hear. But hey, you're gonna have to hear it. This is what makes sense of it. You're gonna have to hear it. You're gonna have to hear that Arthur was there at the Wawa. Big Tyrone was there in Gainesville over Lay Rich house. She set him up to go there. Dro asked his daddy, hey man, come and get your nephew or come and get me. Big Tyrone didn't think it was serious until he got the goddamn call some days later that his son is sitting fighting for his life. It's not just still Lulu. It's not. Tasha, it's not. It's still Lulu and your son. His interview don't match shit. Actually, it's incriminating him. His interview is really incriminating him. His interview is suspect too. And we know he was with him. Yeah, I see the play. I see what's going on. And like I said, that piggy, Fiona, and this and that, she is not for the Davis family. She for herself. Every time she talk, her daddy done did this. Her daddy was that. She did. She done this. She that. She done lived in all the projects. She done had some cases down there that got helped another family. Prove it. Please do. Please prove you helped somebody else win a case. Because right now, you're not helping them get a criminal conviction charge. Let's start there. Let's get something to say they finna arrest the motherfucker. Actually, I want to hear they made an arrest. I want from the Gilchrist bucket. I don't care if it have to hurt the family. That's part of you working with the family. Don't sugarcoat that shit out. Arthur was there. Take his statement that he given the police and everything else that you working with. Don't get that bullshit the research team fucking told y'all. That theory bullshit. Don't give that shit to the police. Because those are not facts. Give the recording. Hell, you could get a damn recording of Lulu talking to the sister. The police got so much fucking technology, they'll clear that shit. And write word from word and clear version down what she's telling this to the sister. They'll take the reports she done gave. Guide them in the right direction. Because right now, you're not guiding them in the right direction because it's all about you fucking. It's all about the damn activists. It's not about them damn Davises. Justin Fedro. Y'all put y'all blue hearts out. Justin Fedro still. Hey, Miss Porter. You late. I'm about to leave up out of here. Hey, she always coming late. Yep, the auntie did. Police were talking to Tasha's son on the phone like he was saying too much. I don't think she did it because he was saying too much. What I think, I figured you was asleep. I don't think she was hanging up the phone because he was saying too much. I think she was hanging up the phone because he was taking it as a joke because he got to laughing and he got to saying what she say. Our story should match up. That's what she was like. No, it should. No, because he was acting stupid. Yeah, the David family gonna get it raw over here. Raw, real raw. Like I said, it's things gonna hurt, things you may not want to hear, but it's actually things you're gonna hear eventually. Because when they make an arrest, I guarantee Arthur be one part of that arrest. Arthur will be part of that arrest. Arthur, in my opinion, I ain't putting no alleged on it. In my opinion, Arthur is the one who beat the shit out of Dro in that cabin. listening to that video, that police cam, Arthur did it. But Arthur also had conflicting ass stories too. Friday going into Saturday. You right about Friday going into Saturday. Last time you talked to him was Friday. Friday, when the neighbors heard all this racket. They didn't hear all that racket Saturday when she was moving out of there. They heard it the night before. They heard it Friday, early Friday morning, going into Saturday. That's when they heard it. Saturday, she got to jump up and leave because they had the cabin till Sunday. And then when the damn fucking Arthur sit there and say, Dro told him and Lulu Lulu told him her and Dro rented the cabin Sunday. How when Dro was already in the hospital fighting for his life Saturday? So how did they both go rent a hotel fucking Sunday? How both of them go in there and rent a hotel Sunday, Art? Answer that, bitch. You can't clear what's already recorded. It's already recorded, baby. And what you need to do is to ask your late Friday. Late Friday. That's when it happened. Late Friday, early Saturday. I believe Jason had, this is what I believe. It was a little thing going on. Jason came up eventually and got that little bottle. And I believe it's something went on in that hotel. In that cabin. An argument started. Someone on in that cabin. Like I said, all of them are suspect. But something in my heart telling me Art is the one that put the blows on his cousin. They already ain't get along. Something telling me Art didn't give a fuck. Art is the one that put them blows on his cousin. Jason may have helped Art put him out there. That's why Jason got paid to shut the fuck up. That's why Jason got that BMW quickly. And say he got it for his sister. No, he didn't. He got it for himself. He just was smart enough to put it in his sister's name. That's it. That's all. Smart enough to put it in his sister's name. Yep. I believe Jason helped Art put him out there. Art's so tiny. I'm telling y'all, Art is so tiny. Ain't no way he could lift dead weight up. And old girl on that boot, she already don't even want to go back in the cabin and see him out there on that ground, on that floor like that. So she ain't finna help pick Dro up and put him nowhere. She did exactly what she did. Went her ass up to that gas station, waited for that call for them to say we got him out there. Then she came down, did a last little route to make sure he out there. And he out there. And she kept going because a black car was behind her. The black car was the nurse and the fiance. And they end up stopping. She never stopped. She just did a little U-turn and kept going back to the gas station to wait for the ambulance. Remember, the nurse said she ain't come down until the ambulance came. And right before they was leaving, that's when she came down. And she walked up to them and said she was the girlfriend. Then walked over there to the first responders while they put him in there on the stretcher and told them she the sister. Why all the lies? Why all the lies? An accident is an accident. Why all the lies? Period. You right. He was still alive. And they plan ain't go the way as like I said. They plan and go as if they wanted it to go. They wanted him laid out there on the right hand lane, sitting right in the middle of the right hand lane. They wanted somebody to run him over. It was about to be dark outside and everything. They wanted somebody to accidentally run him over because that would have been, that I swear to God, that would have been he got ran over. I promise. His injuries and everything would have been, because if he got ran over, he already got the injuries. It would have been worse, but it would have looked like that's what happened to him. Case closed. But it didn't happen that way. It didn't happen the way they wanted it to happen. Because you know why? Because you know why? The people, Good Samaritans, pulled right up and stopped. They didn't want nobody to stop. They set them there to be ran over. Yeah, they set him there to be ran over. But people, that person was paying attention and said, "Oh, they swerved over. Oh shit, what is this?" And they swerved over way before they got up on his body. They stopped further back from his body. He was 15 feet up from where they stopped at in the right hand lane. And they got out and walked up to his body and started rendering aid. Oh, it definitely is cameras, because when I did the map view, up to date map view, they got CCT cameras on the pole right there by them lights. On each light, the light going down, the light coming up. They do have they have CCTV cameras. These are not. They look like regular cameras to me, so I don't know why they only cameras to catch lights. But it caught her. It caught her making a U-turn. According to GPD, telling it to the family members, it caught her making a U-turn, and she did make that U-turn because she was coming back from that gas station. And Dro was not in that car. So when did he jump out that goddamn car and she go up and make another turn and come back down, and the nurse and them already there? It don't make sense. Exactly. Exactly. If this nurse, no, if this homeless lady seen all that and she seen the ambulance and she said, and she also said where he got where the guardrail at, that's not where he jumped. Where the ambulance known was at is not where he jumped out at, got pushed out at. That don't make sense. But I guess the nurse and her husband moved him some feet away. Now I'm telling you, now they trying to discredit the first witness. I mean the nurse, and I feel bad. This is why people don't like to get involved in people's shit. That's why people like to keep their mouth shut. They ain't seen shit. Because the nurse and the fiance is being criticized on what the fuck they saw. They was even at the protesters tell the family what they saw. And I believe what they saw. But people saying they lying, they this, they that. This is why folks don't fucking stick their nose and try to help folks. Especially a bunch of niggas. And I'm going to keep it real. This is why. She ain't coached them people. Those people saw what they saw. Yeah, he hit his head. He struck his damn head so fucking hard on this guardrail, was able to get up, go back to the car, and try to get in the car. If y'all believe that shit, and there's people walking around believing this shit. They believe he got thrown out the back of the seat of the car. Hit the damn guardrail, man. Oh my God. Get up, turn around, walking back towards the damn car to get in. Let me find out. Let me find out. Now they talking about the pizza and wings don't matter. Right. It do matter because the wings was sitting next to his foot. How he get the wings neatly next to his damn foot with the damn wallet? But you don't hear them talking about that wallet, the little $355 and the phone. We don't hear them talking about that. We don't hear them talking about that. That's important too in this case. Because you know why it's real important? Why give him a bullshit? Why sit out the bullshit phone and not his other two phones? And was everything in his wallet? Was everything in his wallet? I bet that Amex card wouldn't. I bet you they ain't had that Amex card in that wallet. Remember, she was trying to use it to get a hotel room. Remember that? I don't think they ever went to no Papa John's. Well, somebody went to Papa John's. Dro didn't. Dro didn't go. They went to Papa John's, ordered that large pizza and a little flimsy ass wings, just to throw it out there to make it look like the man got hit by a goddamn car. That was a prop. When they could have just they wasted money. They could have left that prop out of it. Especially if you was gonna sit the wings by his fucking foot neatly with his slide-ons. With his slide-ons, his damn socks ain't even dirty. Yeah. At one point she seen them kneeling down, and the next point she tell the sister that she didn't even know he fell out no car. That's why she ain't stopped. I ain't know he fell. But then turn around, you saw the fucking nurse now. How you not? Where was he sitting at? How you not know this man not fall out the car? Well, maybe Dro was in the back seat for her not to know that he opened up that damn. And first of all, when the car door open, you're going to get a signal on your dashboard that the door is open. I came with the lies. No, he never went to no Papa John's. Dro was already fucked up. Somebody else went in there, picked up that order. And like I said, we debunked it. We sure did. That was a video that somebody did on AI. That wasn't even him. Straight line. He wasn't there. No, he definitely wasn't in her car. He was in somebody else's shit. And they told her to wait up there at that gas station. And she was up there waiting. And they gave her the signal, he out there on the ground. She came down to make sure he was on the ground. When she came down to make sure he was on the ground, the nurse and that nurse was over there jumped out her car to render that boy aid. That's how she saw the nurse. She told me she stopped while the nurse was rendering aid and called 911. Well, she should be on the 911 call. Why is Gainesville Police Department not releasing this shit? If they completely closed the case, why they're not fucking releasing the shit? Why Gainesville is not releasing? They're not even responding to my request. Which is odd. They ain't even sending a automated response. They're not sending an automated response back or nothing. It's just sitting there. They ain't even saying shit. And every day, I don't care. I'm gonna put 2 or 3 requests in. When I get off of here, I'm gonna put another request in. Sure it is. I'm gonna keep putting the request in. Tomorrow, I'm gonna call their ass. I'm gonna call them tomorrow. Sure it is. Because I want to know. Yeah, that was him. Yeah, we know about that AI. Yep, that was him on that AI. But that wasn't the real Papa John's. That was some a concert or something they went to. Exactly. T lady, exactly. Because they ain't, that's all they have. It's the incident report, and that's it. And that's if they have that. Well, they gotta have that. We getting the and that's the thing. We getting the ambulance, the first responders and reporting stuff. We're not getting that through GPD. We're getting that through Gilchrist. So where is GPD? We want they shit because I want to know the interview they did with Renee, the sister, and Lulu. Because that should be on GPD report. I want to know what Lulu told them happened to Dro. That's gonna matter. That right there gonna break the case. What she tell them? Gilchrist ain't talked to her. They only listened to a phone call that she was recorded on by the sister. Gilchrist ain't even talked to her. However, GPD did. Why we can't get that? I want to know what Renee said to him too. I sure do. I want to know what Renee said. One of the pictures of him laying on the bed had me shook. Oh, girl. Oh, we. Because the look on his face wasn't normal to me. Everybody's saying that. That's the one we all saying. When they took her vehicle to check it out, there was no blood, so he wasn't in that vehicle. Nope. She knew not that. She knew not to have them put him in her vehicle. She knew what she was doing. I don't want him in my vehicle. No, put him in yours. He can't go in my vehicle because I'm gonna be the first suspect, and you still the first. You the first, and you ain't the last suspect, but you is the first suspect. Who would ever say incoming? Oh, girl, did you hear that? Who would ever say incoming? For him to jump out, nobody talk like that unless you thinking of ways to lie. And what she did, when she said that, she backtracked it by saying he fell, he jumped. Now, one time she said he was pushed, homeless lady. Now, one time Lulu said she had a car full of motherfuckers and he was pushed out. Okay, witness lady? Add the witness lady in her state and Lulu's statement. She ain't say nothing about motherfuckers was in the car and he got pushed out. They was playing too much. And the motherfucker just opened up the door and pushed him out. And he was like, no. She ain't say that. That's because the damn lady ain't see it. We got to make sense of this. That's because the damn lady ain't see shit. Lulu said he done fell out while driving. He hopped out. Hell, I didn't know he was out. My door ain't give me no bing, 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 bing noise that my door was open. And he jumped out. Everybody know that goddamn light gonna come on of which one of them doors is open. But she don't know. But then soon as he jumped out, she pulls over. Then the nursing people come and help him and render him. But I ain't call y'all because I didn't think it was that serious. It's not like it's not uncommon for him to jump out. Why was you driving? See, you questioning me like I'm lying. Then she get defensive. You ain't gonna get defensive because somebody asks you why is you driving. Well, sister, I can answer that why she was driving. She was driving because your brother was already dead. Your brother not dead. Your brother was already fighting for his life. Your brother was already fucked up. That's why she was driving. Have common sense. She never drives, and all of a sudden she's driving. Okay. She's driving because your brother can't drive. That's why. Your brother is stuck in somebody else's goddamn car in the process of getting staged out there. That's why she drives. Yeah, she heard them giggling and how did she see and hear so much but didn't call the police department? Thank you. Wait a minute. How did she see somebody and then say it was a setup? It was a setup. How you figure it was a setup because he got thrown out the goddamn car? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. How you figure if they keep keying, they keep hey, they keep keying to all of a sudden he get thrown out the car? Wouldn't it be a joke? Why would it be a setup if they just started? If you already hearing them doing all this laughing, could it have been an accident that they was playing where the door opened and he fell? Why would it be a setup, lady? Because you ain't see that shit. You don't go from laughing to get thrown out of a fucking car and hitting the damn head on the guardrail and then saying it's a setup. It's either or. She is evil. But let me tell y'all, his black eyes, if he if they could have showed the picture of his eyes, I guarantee his eyes, he had panda eyes or squirrel eyes. I mean raccoon eyes. His eyes was black all around his eye, both eyes. He looked like a panda or raccoon, because that's what it looks like when you get blunt force trauma to the head. That's what it looks like. Behind your ear, gonna instantly bruise. So he should have a bruise behind his ear, the raccoon eyes. Yep. I said she seen them earlier, but that was on Christmas Eve when she seen them. Nah, this ain't happening at no hotel. No, hell no, it ain't happening at no hotel. Hotel ain't even, yep, the blood was clotted. Exactly. Hotel ain't finna have that shit. Hotel gonna call the police. You ain't making that racket at the hotel. Remind y'all, it was so motherfucking loud, y'all, that she was screaming bat out of hell. You think that if they happen at the hotel ain't gonna motherfucker want to know why she's screaming the bat out of hell? It happened at the cabin. I'm tired of telling people it happened at the cabin. She was screaming a bat out of hell at the cabin. And let me tell y'all, it wasn't before she was packing up. This happened earlier. Friday going into Saturday. At Ari, what you mean the clothes he was wearing was different? Give me a little bit, elaborate that. She also said that his gun was on him in the GPT report because Lulu was looking for it. Huh? And the Gilchrist report, because GPD have not released their reports yet. Or do you got Black Butterfly? You got the GPD reports? Or did she say this in Gilchrist? That she also said his gun was on him in the report because Lulu was looking for it. Who said the gun was on him? First time I heard that one. No, I believe it happened at the cabin, but they left when she called Arthur and said she was checking into a hotel. Oh, okay. But she couldn't use Dro card. Exactly. But remember, she also told Arthur her and Dro was checking in the hotel, and this was on a Sunday. How both of them checking in the hotel? That's what Arthur said. But supposedly he got out the front seat because they had been arguing for 2 hours. As he was getting out, she hit him in the back. Lena. I'm going to start reading now. No. He don't even have fingernail scratches, baby. Nope. Those are not fingernail scratches. He don't even have scratches. He have bruising. That's a difference. That's a lie when they say scratches. Until the public got the pathologist exam, then they changed it from scratches to bruising. Because before the public, I guess they thought wasn't gonna get the public records, the public examiner pathologist exam report. They were saying scratches, and the next day, guess what came out? Droves examiner exam from the pathologist, and there's nothing on there that say scratches to his neck or his back. What it said is bruising on his arms, back, and shoulders, and he was blunt force hit in his head. There was no scratches on his neck. Nothing about his neck is on that examiner report. Nothing. Who? Hold on. Who read that? At Black Butterfly, let me know so I could go do my research. She read Newly Reports a couple hours before you went live. That's where it also reads the air interrogation story. Oh, because I need to see that. They had to have they have to have a she with special tool for it now, not to leave me nothing on the outside. Everything broken and hurt on the inside. Something ain't right. Ah, you know what? You know what? The activists doing shit for clout. I don't believe. Okay, and what was in that report? She read Newly Reports a couple hours before I went live. That's where she also reads their interrogation story. Okay, what did she say in interrogation? So that means GPD files is out, and I really need to get in touch with them. So I'm gonna call them tomorrow and get on my reference number, my security key number, and I'm gonna call and tell them go ahead and send them to me through my electronic email as I requested. And she had on fake nails. No, see, the marks on his arms is not as he got tied up. The marks on his arms, just think about this. Think that you down on your side or either on your back, side or back, and you balling up. You taking both of your arms and you balling up to cover your head and your face area. Think about your hands up near your head, touching your head, and your your two hands touching your head, your arms is up near your face, and you curled up. As he was that way, they were still hitting him where he was getting bruising. He was getting bruising on his arm, the back part of his arms to his elbows. He was in a defensive mode at this point. So I ain't gonna lie, he was feeling every blow. For him to be able to use his arms to cover up his head and face, he was feeling every blow, and he know who was hitting him. Okay, thank you, Black Butterfly, because I am gonna go look at that when I get off. Thank you, because I sure will. She said what I've been telling you. She said that Rose's gun, whoever Rose, what is Rose's? Y'all gotta make sense, because I don't know. Rose's gun was on him, and Kiera told more lies than their report. Y'all gotta go listen, because it's a lot of stuff you will put the puzzles together. Okay, so he had the gun on him. Right. They said scratches too, but maybe it looked like, I don't know. But on the report, it's saying bruising. It didn't say nothing about no scratches. It said he had bruising around his back, shoulders, and arms. None about no scratches. Uh-oh. I don't know. Black Butterfly. You see this question? Is Rose Arthur's girlfriend? I don't know. Me and my host gonna have to do some work when she feel a little better. But I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna start on it. Hey, we gonna have to. I'm gonna wait till you get a little better, but I'm gonna start on it tonight because I'm gonna watch this I'm gonna have to watch this. I'm gonna have to watch this lady live. And actually, we could watch it together. When I end the live, you gotta hit the you gotta hit the link when I end the live. Miss Jackson live, Shanae. We could watch it together, and I could write my notes. Shanae live. They said she got the she said they got the GPD report back. Now I need to call them tomorrow for sure and give them my request number and tell them go ahead and send it through my electronic email. Because I want to watch this. So thank you, Black Butterfly. But Black Butterfly, the question was, is Rose okay? Here it go. She said she had her reports fast tracked. She had to pay $500 something. Y'all see me pause, right? Y'all see me pause, right? Let me tell y'all why I paused. Let me tell y'all why somebody put in the chat why I paused when I got to $500 something. Why did I pause? First of all, why did you tell the motherfuckers what you had to pay if your intentions ain't about money? If your intentions is not about money, why the fuck we need to know what you paid for? If your intentions is not about money, why the fuck we need to know what you paid for? That's just like, I don't know if y'all remember or y'all just ain't paying attention. That's just like when she was arguing with Polo last week or the week before last. She mentioned to Polo that she had to pay $2,000 and something to get the damn family organized to go to GPD and have a fucking meeting with the fucking damn sheriff out there, the chief. Y'all remember her saying that she paid out of her pocket $2,300 just to get the family up there to talk to GPD. Now she let y'all know she had to pay $500 to fast track to get the damn information. Lulu said she was mad at Joe. She told GPD that while she was driving, cause she ain't want him to cause it's her car. Child, that's still a lie. Ain't nothing come from no donations. She ain't paid no motherfucker $500 like she ain't paid no $2,300 to get the family up there when they talked to GPD in person and walked out of there not even asking GPD to show them a video of Dro at Papa John's. She said she paid $2,300 to get them to GPD to set up the meeting with GPD to get them to sit there with GPD, but walked out of there without looking at a video. They let GPD. Okay, well, she got that. She ought to be telling us where the damn video at with him at the pizza place. If she got that information, that means she got cameras too. She got the BWC. $500. That means she got the BWC with all that information. I don't believe that bitch. That means she let me tell y'all what she's doing. She mentioned 2,300 when she set up the GPD meeting. Now she mentioning 500. So what she's doing is adding up an invoice. Okay. And she letting the public know for her records. Because what she's going to do when she finished is send the goddamn invoice to Tasha now. I told y'all what she about. Because we don't give a fuck about what you had to pay for whatever. You ain't the only one walking around to pay $500 for something. Let's keep that a buck. You ain't the only one finna walk around and pay for something. Exactly. Oh, y'all want to listen to it over here? Okay. All right. Is it on her Facebook or her channel? Hold on. I'll let y'all listen to it over here. Please spell her name. CHA. Oh shit. Nope. All right. Well, let me see. Where is it at? Is it on her Facebook? I think Lulu is halfway innocent. I think Arthur popped up at the cabin unexpected and Rush drove so fast. Okay, it's on Facebook. Hold on. Still not live. This man is still live. Yep. Okay, let's see. This is an update on the information from GPD. All right. All right, y'all. Let me set my camera. Let me set the let me go ahead and set it up so we can hear. Hold on, let me share the let me share. Because I do see her. All righty. Take this banner down so y'all can see. Let's take the banner down. Oh man, come on now. Take this off the highlighter. All right, I'm about to go ahead and play it. When it's playing, put a 1 in the chat so I know it's playing and y'all can hear it. You just had your ranch. You just had your ranch. I swear to God, you was in here with a ranch. Well, I gotta be tomorrow. I'll give it to you now. You just had your ranch. So I don't know what the fuck happened. You just had it. But I just noticed it too. Oh, you was on the other channel. Look at you. You got it back. All right, when I play it, y'all, let me know because I'm gonna have to put this on mute to play it. So when I put this on mute and hit play, just let me know if once y'all see it, it's playing. It ain't playing right now until I press play.
Department. So I actually had sent this was my third, and while we had not actually gotten an actual follow-up. As you know, I had to stop actually posting what I was sending because those things are being copy pasted, people taking information, disseminating it, and don't know what they're actually doing. So Chief Moyer responded after he got with the person in charge of records over at Gainesville Police Department. And so first I'm going to read what the response was. The person from record said this, hello, Chief Moyer. He says this evening, the records division will provide Ms. Jackson with the incident report, supporting documentation, and a list of video recordings related to outlining the estimated fees associated with the review and redaction of the video recordings. Once the advance payment has been received, we will update her on the status of this request and its position in our processing queue. At this time, there are approximately 300 requests for body-worn camera recordings pending review and redaction. Upon receipt of a public records request involving any video recording, we automatically place the request in an awaiting payment status until the advance payment is made. After payment is received, the request is placed in an awaiting completion made within 30 days of invoice. If the payment is made, the request is if the payment is not made, the request is canceled. Requests from the state attorney's office, public defender's office, law enforcement agencies, government entities, and the media are given high priority above other requests. However, with the information records is providing this evening, we have placed Ms. Jackson's request above a multitude of prior requests, which we received months ago. Hey there. So then from there, I got another response at 6:21. And so let me scroll to the response that I got at 6:21. So then he said, hello, Ms. Jackson. The attached documents are being provided as an interim response to your request for the below items. Also enclosed is an invoice which reflects the advance payment, which must be paid prior to us moving forward with your request. Your payment can be made in person or online, and it gives me the actual link and all the information. So I want to state I've already made the payment, which is $561 for records and videos that should be, yes, that should be free. Literally, we're having to request these records because they didn't do their job that our tax dollars already paid for. So I paid $561 in order for them to now go back and get ready to complete the actual records, the request for the videos. So I'm going to actually state to you what we're waiting on now that I've paid the $560. Now let me scroll so y'all don't know what we're waiting on, and then I'll get into what I actually have. So there was a citizen contact that they state that we'll get that is supposed to be a video that's 14 minutes long. There's another call that's 18 minutes and 1 second long. There's another, so these are all the 911 calls. So basically from what we're getting, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 6 911 calls. So we'll be able to actually hear all of those 911 calls and gather different information. Additionally, there actually is a video that somebody has sent. And so with that one is 19 seconds. So we'll get to see what that actually is. Then there is another 1, 2, 3, 4 911 calls, 5 911 calls. So that means there's a total of 11 911 calls. Then there's body cam footage that we're waiting on. There's another citizen's video that we're waiting on. They stated that there was a follow-up where a citizen contacted them, so that was probably one of the witness statements. There was some body cam footage, the Papa John's lobby video, another video, and it don't state from where, so we'll actually get to stick that. Some more body cam footage, a screen recording of some particular footage, so we'll see what that is once we get it. Another screen recording of something, another screen recording, and it just says citizens contacts, another screen recording, another screen recording. So when I kept telling you all that we were waiting for all of these particular things, an MP3 recording, because that's what I say. I don't like to make assumptions. We want to look at the actual evidence. Another MP3, another video, some more photos, and some inside and outside still images, some more body cam footage. The interview with Kiara, that was 4 hours and 56 minutes that we'll get. Body worn camera, body worn camera, body worn camera, body worn camera, body worn camera with different citizen contacts. Yes, Papa John's recording is one of the things that they're supposed to provide now that we paid this $561. So I wanted to state to you all of the things that we are waiting on now that they've moved my records request ahead of everybody's, and we had to pay $561. The other things that were attached was some reports and supplemental reports that I want to actually be able to read to you all, so you all are aware. The reason that I'm reading them instead of posting them is because you all are aware that people are taking them, they are changing them, they are harassing people that are listening to them, people are getting death threats and those particular things. So because those things are happening, but here, when I'm stating to you things very clearly that were stated to us or that we are aware of, as I've stated, I'm not stating anything from speculation. I am talking about actual facts. I'm talking about actual evidence. And so that's the reason that even for some of these things you've heard before, I'm reading directly from them. And as I stated, I would do this as you got them. I also want to state that a lot of people are questioning who the private investigator is. The private investigator has been very clear that as he is investigating, he is not to be known forward-facing because discretion is one of the ways that he's able to get information that some people are not able to get. So that's in the police report, so we'll read about Papa John's. So with that discretion, so for example, the private investigator was able to talk to a neurosurgeon who's writing this statement that makes it clear that the injuries cannot be from him jumping from a car going 25 miles per hour. Because of the private investigator, they're going to be able to canvass some of the other areas. So when we're getting all of the information that I'm reading to you, the private investigator is going and being able to fill in the actual gap or go to request that. And then when we get that, he can take it and do other things and do other follow-up. So that is his role, is just like boots actually on the ground and that additional deliberate actual follow-up. So I did want to name that because people are very have been asking that question. So just making sure that we answer why that is and what took place. And I want to share that because I do believe that the family stated that they were going to share who it was. But once they met with the private investigator, he's the person that has stated that. And so that is the reason that for those of us who have met with him, they are, and I'll be real. So even once I met with him and got his card information, I went and then did additional information. I went and looked at additional reviews. I went and contacted people that are here, like at our public defender's office and defense attorneys that I know, and found out that he's a very trusted and very well-respected private investigator. And I wanted to do that to ensure that the family did not spend their money and that it actually be a waste. And so, as we proceed forward. And even too, like I stated, the private investigator has 22 years of law enforcement experience in Gainesville. So he was actually able to go meet with Detective Dose the day before we did. So when we sat down and met with him after meeting with GPD, he was already able to let us know things that seemed like there were holes in the case related, and also two additional next steps because of his FBI training and his law enforcement training. So I want to share that. So this one is what's called a case supplemental report. And they had a supervisor to actually review and close it out on March 11th. Is that on 12/27 at approximately 5:50, patrol responded to the 4100 block of Southwest Archer Road in reference to what initially dispatched as a vehicle crash with injuries and later re-verified as a medical emergency. This is confusing to me because if you get there and it's supposed to be a vehicle crash with injuries, they were supposed to secure the scene. So I'm so confused that they did not. Patrol arrived on the scene and located Tyrone Davis Jr., black male, unconscious in the roadway, being tended to by passerby, and then it names the passerby, which is one of the witnesses that you all have seen that they've interviewed. And patrol spoke with Mitchell Zimmerman, who was said he was driving eastbound on Southwest Archer Road when he noticed what he thought was a large trash bag and Papa John's pizza box in the roadway. I want to name that this is a supplemental report because remember, they didn't talk to the witnesses when they should have. So they had to go back and add this report because they had not bothered. So I want to make sure I name that as I read this for you. Mitchell slowed down and noticed it was a person laying in the outermost lane of the roadway. The person stopped his vehicle to block the lane. The woman and her husband stopped and noticed Tyrone in the roadway. The woman, a nurse, immediately began rendering aid while the first person called 911. The only reason I'm not reading their names is because of the harassment and things that people have been subjected to. I want to name at this moment that GPD has been clear that once we get the videos, we're going to see that there were no cars that followed the path of Kiara's car until Zimmerman's car came up. So there is no way that he could have been hit, and his injuries don't support that. So I just want to name that in that part. Gainesville Fire Rescue and Alachua County Fire Rescue arrived and began treating Tyrone. Kiara Davis arrived on scene immediately asking if Tyrone was okay. Kiara spoke, and I want to make sure that I'm naming this for you all, that in this report, they stated that she arrived immediately. And I'm going to be able to state when I get further down what I want you to remember that they said that she arrived immediately. Kiara spoke with patrol officers and said she and Tyrone were leaving Papa John's and were arguing while Kiara was driving. Kiara said she made a U-turn at Southwest Archer Road in the southbound entrance of I-75. Sometime during the U-turn, Tyrone opened the door and jumped out of the vehicle as it was moving. Kiara said she did not stop in the roadway because she did not want to cause an accident, so she continued driving and stopped in the Circle K parking lot to wait for Tyrone to walk to her vehicle. When she noticed the emergency vehicles in the area where Tyrone jumped out, she went back to the scene to check on him. I want to state to you and make sure that I center for you all. Number one, that the first call to 911, hold on so I can tell you the time that it actually came in. The first call to 911 came in at 5:46. So remember, the first call to 911 came in at 5:46. I want to name that she stated that he jumped out of a moving vehicle and she drove at a moving vehicle at an underpass, at a bridge, and she went to the store to wait for him to walk to her. How was he going to get there if he was at the underpass at the bridge? I also want to name that even with law enforcement, we asked how many vehicles were behind them before the first witness saw them. And they stated on the video, there are zero, there are none. I want to state that. Patrol spoke with all three of the witnesses who were still on the scene. Mind you, they just got their information and that was it. None of them saw how Tyrone ended up on the roadway. Tyrone was transported to Shanzu F by Alachua County Fire Rescue under a trauma alert. Tyrone was placed in the trauma unit under the trauma name Lepore C. Shan staff advised Tyrone had a fractured skull, brain swelling, and abrasions on the back of his head. Shan staff also said Tyrone's injuries were life-threatening. Remember that Kiara stated to everyone that she did not call the family because she did not think that his injuries were that serious. Officer Porter arrived at Shan's and spoke with Kiara further. Kiara said she and Tyrone had just picked up a pizza from Papa John's and were driving back to their hotel at the Fairfields. Kiara said when she and Tyrone had argued in the past, it is typical for one of them to get out of the vehicle and start walking while the other drives a short distance and waits for them to walk up. Kiara said Tyrone had never got out of the vehicle during the argument while it was moving. Kiara said when Tyrone got out of the vehicle, she was shocked because she did not know he was going to do that. Kiara said prior to, so mind you, she said they're known to get out of the vehicle, but she was shocked that he got out of the vehicle because he was not known to do that. Kiara said prior to this incident, Tyrone had been feeling overwhelmed from the holidays and his grandfather passing away. Kiara said she believed Tyrone was acting irrationally when he jumped out of the vehicle. Kiara said she had been doing a U-turn. She believed Tyrone thought that she was going slower than she actually was. I want you to remember that she said at this part that she felt like he was feeling overwhelmed, because that's going to matter a little bit down the road. Kiara said she did not stop immediately because she did not want to cause a crash with other vehicles. Remember, there were no other vehicles on the road in that lane at all. Kiara said she drove and parked at the Circle K and waited for Tyrone to walk back to her vehicle. When Tyrone was taking a long time, she noticed emergency vehicles gathered near the overpass. Kiara then drove back to the scene and made contact with officers. The reason I want to note this is the first call was made at 5:46. Law enforcement got there at 5:50, and then with the vehicles, that they said 5:58. So basically, it was 12 minutes. So how did she get there immediately if there was a 12-minute gap? So I'm showing don't support that she arrived immediately. Officer Porter took photographs of the interior and exterior of Kiara's vehicle, and they named the vehicle, which is the 2015 Infiniti QX70, and it gives the Florida tag. After taking pictures of Kiara's vehicle, Porter spoke with Tyrone's mother, Renee Demps, over the phone. Renee's phone number was provided to Porter by Kiara. Renee said Tyrone had never been suicidal and had never had any mental health issues. On 12/29, at approximately 200 hours, which is 2 o'clock, Porter and FTO Wilson spoke with Tyrone's sister and cousin, and both stated they had concerns about Kiara and said they had a history of verbal disputes in the past. They informed him that the information they provided was consistent with what Kiara had reported. How is it consistent if Kiara was reporting that everything was great before then, but they're stating that there were major things that happened prior to this particular time? I don't know. But anyways, that's when the family also stated they believed that something may have happened while they were camping at Postcard Cabins in Gilchrist. They said they believe that Kiara put Tyrone in her vehicle at the campsite, and possibly he could have been pushed out. We don't know. So 12/29 at 8:50, they go through, they talk to Tyrone's sister, and this is when they let it be known that he had already now been declared brain dead. This is important because people report that on the 30th, she was putting the phone to their ear, stating that Tyrone could hear them and understand, even though she knows he had already been reported to have been brain dead. The doctors at Shands told her Tyrone's injuries were not consistent with Kiara's story about him jumping out of a moving vehicle, as he had blunt force traumas to the back of his head. Taquisha further said surveillance video from Papa John's would show that the couple were arguing and possibly fighting before the incident. She also went to the area where Tyrone was found and located a subject and provided a photo of that person. Tyrone and Kiara had a room at the Fairfield by Marriott, and that Tyrone's cell phone was pinging at that location. Kiara was in possession of Tyrone's personal belongings and would not give them to the family. The sister also had concerns about Kiara driving at the time of the incident because Tyrone always drove everywhere and believes Kiara should not have been driving when the incident occurred. The sister also provided the name of the cabin, which was Postcard Cabins, early in the week, and 2 witnesses reported a possible domestic incident. And they reported this because they'd already gone out to Postcard Cabins and already talked to the people. So we're clear about this. And at this particular time, no one can verify the stuff at Papa John's because they didn't have that just yet. So the Officer Boyette went to Shands, and mind you, the family asked for them to come see them. They didn't. They just spoke with them over the phone. But then did go to Shands, and they spoke with a charge nurse who confirmed that Tyrone was declared brain dead. And here they said 1,300 hours, but the other documentation say 329. So 1,300 hours is 1 o'clock. Why they stuff all over the place? I don't know. and that he would remain on a ventilator until 1 o'clock on the 30th. Officer Boyette also went to Papa John's and was told the pizza order was a walk-in order that was made at 5:18, which we know was on the pizza box, and that the manager was sent a link and uploaded the video of the order being placed. Officer Boyette also went to Fairfield but was unable to view the surveillance video. Boyette also canvassed the area for the subject that the sister provided a photo of but was unable to locate him at that time. So then there's another report. So this report is where they reviewed call notes of the incident, and it's a summary of those notes. So Base Station Center, which is 911, they began receiving multiple calls of an individual laying on a roadway at Southwest Archer Road near I-75 overpass, blocking the eastbound lane. The individual was awake but not responsive. None of the callers saw how the individual got in the roadway, and nobody saw a vehicle hit the individual. At 17:49, the individual was no longer awake but still breathing. So that's literally 3 minutes after he was no longer awake but still breathing. At 17:50, GPD arrived, which I stated was 4 minutes later. They got there before fire rescue did. The subject is breathing, has a pulse, and is in recovery position. Mind you, GPD are first responders, but they didn't jump in as a first responder. They just stood around while the witnesses were the ones trying to deliver aid. 17:56, the first fire rescue reports that the subject is a trauma alert in reference to falling out of the moving vehicle and losing consciousness. And then 17:57 is when Kiara arrived, and that's when they're getting the individual ready to be transported to UF Health. 12 minutes. So the police saying she got there immediately, but it literally was 12 minutes, and it was 8 minutes after law enforcement got there. At 18:28, they re-verified that it's not a vehicle accident, and it was injuries that from a medical emergency that they needed to figure out. So again, at that time, they should have been securing the scene and trying to figure out what took place if they understand that this was no other vehicle that was involved. They should have been looking for skin on the road. They should have been looking for like anything, blood, anything. They didn't do any of those things. And mind you, they knew this at 6:28. At 11:12, Officer Porter asked call note. So then it goes on to say, I was laying down in the roadway. Tyrone's feet were in the outermost eastbound lane, while his upper body was in the bicycle lane. Tyrone was approximately 40 feet on west of I-75 overpass. The first witness was the first person to stop and attempt to help Tyrone. That person said he was driving and saw what he believed to be a trash bag in the roadway. As he got closer, he realized it was a person. That person stopped his vehicle, which was in the outermost eastbound lane, to block traffic from being able to hit Tyrone. That person said another vehicle stopped, and those occupants began rendering aid. This person said he did not see how Tyrone got in the roadway. The other people who stopped to render aid were the two witnesses that we know about. One is a nurse, and said when they first approached Tyrone, he was unresponsive and would not talk. They both said they had no idea how he got in the roadway. They said he was initially in the roadway, and they pulled him to the shoulder. They rolled him onto his side in a recovery position and kept him stabilized. Kiara, 8 minutes after the first officer arrived, Kiara gets out of her vehicle and immediately approaches the ambulance as Tyrone is being loaded onto it and asks if Tyrone is okay and trying to ask what happened. So you're aware, you stated that he jumped out of a moving car, but you pulled up and asked what happened. GPD said that we're going to see body cam footage when you was there the whole time, but in this report, it states that you arrived as he was getting into the ambulance. So I don't know. I'm just telling you what we got going on here. Kiara said she did not see Tyrone fall down or lose his footing when he jumped out of the car. On 12:30, I spoke with Kiara Davis over the phone. Kiara said she and Tyrone spent Christmas in a cabin in Gilchrist County. She said she and Tyrone believed they had the cabin rented through Sunday, 12/28, but later realized they had to check out on Saturday, 12/27. Kiara said they left the cabin on Saturday morning and checked into the Fairfield Inn and Suites at approximately 3 o'clock, which we know they got there at 3:08. That's correct. Kiara said at around 5:15, she and Tyrone went to get pizza from Papa John's. After leaving Papa John's, Kiara said she and Tyrone were arguing and she missed her turn to get back to the hotel. So Kiara said she had to do a U-turn near I-75. Kiara said around the time of the U-turn, Tyrone opened the door and jumped out of the vehicle while she was driving. Now, earlier, she said that he opened the door as she stopped to do the U-turn and he didn't realize that she was still going. Now she said he jumped out of the vehicle while she was driving. Kiara said she continued to drive and stopped at a Circle K gas station and waited for Tyrone to walk to her vehicle. I don't know about you, but somebody jumping out of a car, I'm not going to pull off and wait. I need to see what happened, but maybe it's just me. Kiara said she began seeing emergency vehicles driving to the area where Tyrone jumped out of the car, so she drove back to that area and spoke with EMS and GPD officers. Kiara agreed to meet for an in-person interview at a later time. After speaking with Kiara over the phone, Detective Quinn and I began canvassing for surveillance video. They got videos from Papa John's. They got video from Fairfield Inn, and they spoke with the manager at Fairfield Inn. For documentation purposes, I'm using the timestamps on the surveillance videos, but it should be noted that the timestamp on Fairfield's surveillance system is 6 minutes ahead. The video from Fairfield Inn shows Tyrone and Kiara checking into the hotel. Kiara's vehicle is parked under the actual time, or under the awning at the front doors of the lobby, and Kiara exits the driver's seat and walks into the lobby at 15:04, which is actually 14:58 because of 6 minutes difference. At 15:05, Tyrone exits the front passenger seat of the vehicle shirtless. He opens the rear hatch and the rear passenger door. He removes a backpack from the back seat and walks to the rear of the vehicle where he puts a shirt on and then enters the lobby at 15:07. Tyrone appears to have no issues walking. After checking in, Tyrone and Kiara exit the lobby at 15:13, which is 3:13. Kiara gets into the driver's seat of the vehicle while Tyrone removes a bag and backpack from the rear hatch. Tyrone then appears to get more items from the front passenger seat area. Kiara then drives away as Tyrone is closing the front passenger door at 3:15. Kiara drives south towards 37th Boulevard and Southwest Archer Road. Tyrone goes back into the hotel and is seen going up to his room. At 5:08, Kiara returns to the hotel and parks outside of the lobby. At 5:17, Tyrone exits the hotel and enters the front passenger seat of the vehicle. This is important because remember the hotel lobby video is 6 minutes off. So that's 5:17, but it's actually 5:11. Tyrone was not seen on video from the time he entered the hotel room after checking in and is exiting after Kiara arrived. So they sent a link for this video. The surveillance video from Papa John's, and they got the address. Tyrone entered the store at 5:15. He places an order and he exits the store at 5:18. We know that's the time of the pizza box. Tyrone walks back into Papa John's at 5:36. He picks up his order and he exits at 5:37. So he left Papa John's at 5:37. He's found on the roadway at 5:46. So we know something happened in those 9 minutes. Tyrone was carrying a box of pizza and a pack of chicken wings as he walked out of the store. The vehicle was not parked in view of any cameras at Papa John's. Detective Quinn and I both went to Circle K, which is the one on Archer Road. They collected surveillance video. The Circle K surveillance video shows Kiara's vehicle turn north off of Southwest Archer Road and immediately turn east into the Circle K parking lot at 5:44. Kiara drives in front of the store and parks her vehicle near the sidewalk on Archer Road. This is important. You left Papa John's at 5:36. They see her vehicle at 5:44. So now the window has closed. So something happened between 5:36 and 5:44. So that's 8 minutes. Kiara drives in the front of the store and parks her vehicle on the sidewalk facing northwest at Southwest Archer Road. Throughout the whole time, Kiara's vehicle is at Circle K. Nobody is seen entering or exiting her vehicle, which means there was nobody else in the vehicle. I want to state that. At 5:49 and 5:50, emergency vehicles are seen on their way to the scene. So then Kiara exits the parking lot traveling east on Southwest Archer Road, and then Kiara arrives, her vehicle is seen traveling back west on Southwest Archer Road toward the scene. Then they say it cameras Burger King and the Exxon, and there is no surveillance video, so they say, of evidentiary value. It seems to me I would have got the video and put it on file, but this is what they say. They also canvassed the area for the homeless man in the photo provided by Tyrone's sister, who may have witnessed the incident, but I was unable to locate him. I spoke with multiple homeless individuals in the area, and none of them knew anything about the incident. When I arrived back at GPD, I reviewed the surveillance videos and noticed a video uploaded from Country Inn and Suites. This video showed Kiara's vehicle traveling west on Archer Road and doing the U-turn at I-75 southbound entrance ramp, and then traveling east on Archer Road. In this video, it appears the vehicle's front passenger door begins to open near completion of the U-turn. After completing the U-turn, Kiara's vehicle is seen traveling west out of the camera's view. Nobody is seen exiting the vehicle. A group of vehicles that were stopped at the light traveling east began driving when the eastbound light took in. The video was recorded from a phone viewing the monitor system. I later learned that the video had been recorded over as a surveillance system overrides itself in a set amount of time. On December the 29th, I received an email from Gilchrist County Sheriff's Office. The family reported all the things that they had said. And the only reason I'm going through this is because we know it did not happen at Gilchrist County. And so the family went through all the circumstances that they believed, and how he had gone, and they believed he was under a John Doe, and that they informed them to follow up at Papa John's. I also informed them that he had been identified on scene, which was Tyrone, by his Florida driver's license and by Kiara prior to being transported to UFL. On 12/31, which was 4 days later, Kiara met me at the GPD station, where she was interviewed by Detective Rodanis and I in GPD CID interview room. The interview was a video and audio recorded and uploaded to their evidence thing. The following is a summary of Kiara's 4-hour interview. For a verbatim copy of the interview, refer to the recording. Kiara and Tyrone came up from Orlando and were staying in a cabin in Gilchrist Springs. Their cabin through Sunday, but later realized they had through Saturday. They tried to extend their stay, but could not, because like the man said, the cabin was already rented out. So they got a hotel reservation in Gainesville. On Saturday, they got into a loud argument before they left the cabin. During the argument, they were yelling back and forth about meeting each other's sexual needs. During the argument, Tyrone threw his Wi-Fi router onto the floor, breaking it. While Kiara was packing up the car, an employee from the property came and checked on her, which we know it was the property manager. Kiara told the employee she got into an argument and everything was okay. When they left, Kiara was so mad, she told Tyrone she was driving because the vehicle was hers. Sometime around 9 or 10, they each had a glass of Hennessy and Red Bull, according to her. To Kiara's knowledge, Tyrone only had one drink that day. They left the campsite and drove to Gainesville to stay at the Fairfield Inn. Mind you, they done had the same amount of alcohol, so she's the person that's drinking. But the good thing about it is, even if it had, the amount he had was so much significantly lower than the legal limit. But I'm just pointing that out. They left the campsite and drove to Gainesville to stay at the Fairfield Inn. They chose the Fairfield Inn because Kiara gets a Marriott employee discount. After checking into the hotel, Tyrone stayed at the hotel because he was still mad about the argument, while Kiara went to T-Mobile to try and get a new Wi-Fi router. Kiara stated to the family that it was T-Mobile. GPD said it was AT&T. Remember, I said that I wanted to get the information to know if GPD misspoke or if the story changed. So that part of the story did not change. It's always been T-Mobile. GPD got it wrong. Tyrone said that he was hungry and wanted something to eat. Tyrone came out of the hotel and got into Kiara's vehicle, and they continued arguing. They went from the hotel to Papa John's. Kiara waited in the vehicle while Tyrone went inside to place an order. When the order was ready, Tyrone went back in and picked up the pizza. When they left Papa John's, they were still arguing. Kiara was driving west on Southwest Archer Road and missed her turn towards the hotel because they were arguing. Kiara continued driving west until she got to the interstate. The argument continued, and they were now talking about a situation involving Tyrone's daughter. Tyrone's daughter had been getting in trouble and got caught lying to Tyrone. And so I read what she stated, but we learned that that's not what actually happened. So Tyrone also found his daughter's cell phone that she wished that she were dead. Tyrone was also upset with things the mother of his children was telling him and put it in their heads. So we later learned that that's actually not true. The person who created the risk for Tyrone and his daughter was Kiara, not the daughter's mom, and not because she was trying to kill herself or any of these things. So we learned that that part's not true. Kiara made her U-turn to go back towards the hotel. At some point, Tyrone jumped out of the vehicle while Kiara was driving. We already know the medical evidence says that he was not jumped out of a vehicle while she was actually driving. Kiara thinks Tyrone jumped out of the vehicle because he was so mad about their argument. Remember her earlier statement, she felt like he jumped out of the vehicle because he was overwhelmed about his daughter and his granddad. In this statement, she says that he was so mad about their argument. Kiara could not remember if she slowed down or not when she realized Tyrone was getting out of the vehicle. Kiara said it all happened so fast and it caught her off guard. It caught her off guard, but she kept going. Kiara did not think she was going that fast because she had been doing a U-turn. But then now she was going 25, 30 miles per hour. I don't know. Tyrone had jumped out of moving vehicles in the past while messing around, but never doing an argument. Remember, Kiara says he's never jumped out of a car during an argument, only when they mess around like Florida boys. And I want to state that because that's important. Kiara further explained that when Tyrone had jumped out of moving vehicles in the past, it had been when they were slowing down to a stop. And he sees someone that he knows. So even when he jumped out when they were messing around, it's when they slow it down to a stop and he saw someone that he knows. Tyrone would jump out of the vehicle and run up to his friends. Kiara said it was abnormal for Tyrone to jump out of the moving vehicle during an argument. Again, Kiara said it was abnormal for Tyrone to jump out of a moving vehicle during an argument. When they typically argue while they're in the car, they would park or stop, and one would get out of the vehicle to separate themselves. Whoever would get out of the car would start walking while the other would drive a short distance down the road and wait for them. What used to happen would be Tyrone would get out of the car and walk while Kiara would drive next to him until he was ready to get back in. But that seemed to make the arguments worse, so they got into the habit of driving down the road a little bit and waiting. This would give them space and time to cool down. And we learned that being a crash out girlfriend, that Kiara was a crash out, so she wouldn't let things calm down. But this is her statement. What used to happen, I read that part. On the day of the incident, when Tyrone jumped out of the vehicle, Kiara proceeded to drive to the Circle K. So you're not used to him jumping out of a vehicle. It caught you off guard. And even though it was out of the ordinary, you kept going. Kiara waited for her. It was approximately 5 or 6 minutes. We know the calculation was 12. And then saw police cars and an ambulance going to the area where Tyrone got out of the vehicle. Kiara drove back to the scene and spoke with EMS and GPD and told them what happened. There was a nurse at the scene that said she had found Tyrone in the road and tried to help him. An officer at the scene gave Kiara Tyrone's wallet and cell phone. Kiara said that she would follow the ambulance to Shands. We know that she didn't, and that's how she got lost, and there was such confusion about the actual trauma name. So then they go into their relationship history. They said Kiara and Tyrone met 10 years ago. They dated off and on for the first 5 years and have been steady dating for the last 5 years. Early on in their relationship, arguments became physical with both of them putting their hands on each other. Kiara got arrested in 2020 for disorderly conduct. The family is aware that it was domestic, but what they did is charge her with disorderly conduct instead of a domestic battery. This arrest was a result, which she admitted, of an argument between them. The case was later dismissed. After Kiara was arrested, Tyrone picked her up from the jail. Kiara described Tyrone as being amazing and having the biggest heart. Tyrone was the outgoing one in the relationship, while Kiara was more reserved. Kiara's family has nothing bad to say about Tyrone. Tyrone's mother's side of the family likes Kiara. Tyrone's father's side of the family used to like her, but since this incident, they have been hostile towards her. Tyrone's family, since the incident. Kiara said she gave the hospital staff Tyrone's mother's phone number but she had the wrong number for his father, which we know is a lie. Tyrone's father's side of the family was upset about this, as they should, because we know that's a lie. Since the incident, Tyrone's mother's side of the family has been supportive of her. Since the incident, Tyrone's father's side of the family has been hostile towards Kiara and accused her of murdering Tyrone. I've not heard them state that she murdered them. They said it was only 2 people in the car and only one walked away, and the one who walked away, her story has been changing. That's what I've heard, but I'm telling you what's written in the report. Tyrone's aunt has started spreading rumors that Kiara hit Tyrone in the head with a Hennessy bottle. Now, Aunt Tasha did say that might be possible, so I'll say that. And that he was pushed out of the car. The argument after they left Papa John's and Tyrone getting out of the vehicle. Tyrone and Kiara were arguing about Kiara not wanting to have sex. Tyrone kept trying to talk over Kiara. Kiara kept telling Tyrone, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to talk about this no more. Kiara turned the music louder, which upset Tyrone. Kiara was driving and not paying attention to what Tyrone was doing. Kiara did not see Tyrone fidgeting around or putting his hand on the door handle. Kiara did notice Tyrone was moving his hands around while he was talking, so she does not believe Tyrone had his hand on the door handle while they were arguing. I'm going to read that again. Kiara was driving and not paying attention to what Tyrone was doing. Kiara did not see Tyrone fidgeting around or putting his hand on the door handle. Kiara did notice Tyrone was moving his hands around while he was talking. You know how we talk with our hands. So she does not believe Tyrone had his hand on the door handle while they were arguing. Tyrone had the pizza box on his lap during the argument. As the door was opening, Kiara believes she said, Tyrone, what the fuck? Kiara said this in a sense of Tyrone was taking things too far. Kiara remembered Tyrone holding the pizza in one hand and opening the door with the other hand. Kiara said she might have hit the brake a little bit as the door opened, but she could not remember. She said she also may have sped up after the door closed out of frustration, but she could not remember. I'm going to read that again. She said she might have hit the brake as the door opened, but she could not remember. And then she said she might have sped up after the door closed out of frustration, but she could not remember. When Tyrone got out of the car, Kiara did not see him in any of the mirrors. Kiara believes she saw him standing in her peripheral, but was unsure. Again, you're not known to do this. You said the vehicle was moving. It was out of character. You're not sure if you saw him, but you kept going. Tyrone was not wearing a seatbelt prior to getting out of the vehicle. It was common for Tyrone not to wear a seatbelt. Kiara believed she had already completed the U-turn when Tyrone got out. The door closed on its own after Tyrone got out or Tyrone closed the door. And my thing is, if she completed the U-turn, if she completed the U-turn after he got out, why you needed to speed up? But I don't know. Who am I? The Circle K was the first place she saw that she could stop to wait for Tyrone. Kiara may have been accelerating when Tyrone got out of the vehicle because she had just done the U-turn but was unsure of her speed. It's impossible for her to be going 25, 30 miles per hour. Also, I read you earlier where she stated that she had stopped doing this U-turn, but now here her story has changed again. She does not know how fast she was going. And it's so weird because GPD says her statements have been consistent. Kiara regrets not looking back when Tyrone got out of the vehicle. Tyrone was not suicidal. Tyrone always carried a handgun with him. After the incident, Kiara could not find his handgun anywhere in the hotel room. I informed Kiara that EMS located a handgun on Tyrone. Now, mind you, this is a handgun that the family's asked about multiple times. Nobody's given any answers. They said that the family made it up. And mind you, law enforcement, even we've stated this, has still not stated to the family. We just had a meeting March 13th that they recovered the handgun. They didn't say a word. Prior to asking more detailed questions, I read Kiara her Miranda rights via GPD issued Miranda warning card. Kiara said she understood her rights and agreed to speak with us. Post Miranda, she denied pushing Tyrone out of the vehicle. She denied touching Tyrone as he was getting out of the vehicle. She denied intentionally speeding up as Tyrone was getting out of the vehicle, causing him to lose his footing. Mind you, she said she may have accelerated, but over here, after they read her Miranda, she denied doing it. She denied jerking the steering wheel after Tyrone began to open the door, but you already stated that you was already making a U-turn when he got out. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. To open the door in a manner that would cause Tyrone to fall out of the vehicle. She denied hitting Tyrone in the head with any objects. She said there would be no searches or messages regarding Tyrone's death or injury in her phone prior to the incident. I'm actually okay with that. I believe that's believable. I don't think whatever happened was planned. Like, really. Earlier on during the interview, Kiara made the statement, "I'm not the one who pushed him out of the car." But who did? I asked Kiara what she meant by this, and she said she worded the phrase like that because Tyrone's father's side of the family has made the accusations that she pushed him out of the car. Kiara was adamant she did not push Tyrone out of the vehicle. Excited utterance is what I call it. During the interview, Kiara consented to a download of her cell phone. This consent was given post Miranda 4 days later. Kiara signed a consent to search form, and her cell phone were turned over to Detective Pirtle to complete a forensic download. At the conclusion of the interview, Kiara turned over Tyrone's cell phone. Mind you, he has 3 phones. She only turned over 1 to be downloaded. Also, after the interview, I informed Kiara that I would be collecting her vehicle as evidence. Mind you, this is 4 days later. Kiara's vehicle was then stored at GPD's probable cause for arrest. Kiara was released and given a ride to the airport by patrol in order for her to rent a vehicle. On January the 1st, Kiara's cell phone download was completed. Kiara returned to the station and retrieved her cell phone. While Kiara was at the station getting her cell phone, Detective Ronald took photographs of the Wi-Fi router and uploaded them. On why that's relevant, I don't know, but we're going to keep going. On January the 5th, I obtained a search warrant for the download of the infotainment center in Kiara's vehicle. Now, mind you, back on December the 30th, they told the ME that they were going to get a search warrant in order to check for the acceleration, the deceleration, and the door opening of the vehicle. They decided only to do the infotainment center, when literally even listening to the statement she gave, it would have made sense to get the black box. The search warrant was signed by Honorable Judge Kreider. The search warrant was served on the vehicle, and the infotainment center was removed from the vehicle and downloaded. On January the 6th, I spoke with the first witness over the phone. He was the first person to notice Tyrone on the roadway. He confirmed that he did not witness how Tyrone ended up on the roadway. On 1/7, I spoke with Katrina Temple, but this person was standing at the cabin near the one where Tyrone and Kiara were staying. She stated on 12/27 at approximately 12:50, showed a female yelling and a male trying to calm her down. Katrina later heard more yelling of, "You're no good. You never listen to me." And he's saying, "Chill out." After the yelling, she saw a white SUV driving the wrong way on a one-way road into the campground. This witness said the white SUV parked near the campsite and sat for a little bit before leaving. This person said the driver looked like a female, but the windows were too tinted for her to see anyone in the passenger seat. On 1/8, the download of Kiara's vehicle infotainment center was completed. The infotainment center was placed back in the vehicle, and Kiara's vehicle was returned to her. The download of the infotainment center did not produce any evidence relevant to the investigation. But again, why would you not do the black box? The only information obtained was past addresses entered in the vehicle from South Florida. Mind you, they told us, but it was one to AT&T. But okay. Both Kiara and Tyrone's cell phones were downloaded. Kiara's cell phone location updated itself approximately every 2 seconds. Kiara's cell phone location confirmed she went to T-Mobile after leaving Tyrone at the hotel. Kiara's location and call log also confirmed she called Tyrone at 4:58. This lasted 37 seconds. Based on Kiara's phone location, this call made while she was in the area of Archer Road. Kiara's cell phone also showed an incoming call from Tyrone at 5 o'clock. This was approximately the same time Kiara was turning northbound. Kiara's phone location showed after the time Tyrone placed a Papa John's order, they stayed in the area near Papa John's until Tyrone picked up the pizza and wings. Between the intersection where Kiara made the U-turn and the Circle K where Kiara waited for Tyrone, Kiara's cell phone showed constant movement, showing she did not stop in the area where Tyrone was located. Multiple Google searches related to brain bleeds were located after the incident. I could not locate any internet searches pertaining to his death prior to the incident occurring. I located text messages made with Tyrone while Kiara was at T-Mobile. In these text messages, Tyrone was apologizing to Kiara about for her having to get a new Wi-Fi router. There were also text messages to Tyrone giving her money to pay for the router. I also located text messages after the incident from Renee telling Kiara not to give any of Tyrone's property to his father's side of the family and to wait for Renee to come get it. These text messages were sent while Kiara was at Shan's after the incident. I don't know, because I was told that Renee was already there first because she had been denoted. So I'm not sure if she left or what happened for this to even be a conversation. But this was prior to. So, and this was on the 27th immediately. I located a text message Kiara sent to Renee on 12/28 at 11:56, which said he ended up getting out of the car for space after our conversation, and he ended up slipping and banging his head. So now it's a different story because now he slipped and banged his head. How do you know that if you say you didn't see any of this? At 11:58, she texts Renee, I think he was overwhelmed and not moving how he normally moves. So now you're back to he was overwhelmed, which is what you said. But when you got interviewed 4 days later, you say he got it because he was mad. Okay. We had an argument, and right after he started talking about Chloe. Other text messages were located in which Kiara was saying how much she loved Tyrone. She texted a friend Fifi, why didn't God take me too? What the fuck did I do to deserve this hate? All I did was fucking love this man. I did not locate any text messages with anyone indicating that she was happy that he passed away. And again, nobody saying that she did. It seems like it might have been an accident, but she's still culpable for criminal negligence. Well, who am I? Not that it was an accident that was his own doing. Tyrone's cell phone download showed that this was not the cell phone he had on his person at the time of the incident. Didn't I just tell you that he had more than one cell phone? So, mind you, I've been telling y'all this. Tyrone's cell phone download showed this was not the cell phone he had on his person at the time of the incident. So if they gave her the cell phone at the time of the incident, why did she give him that cell phone? And why was GPD okay with that? This is the shit I be talking about. I located multiple photos taken at Postcard Cabin earlier in the week. None of the photos appeared to have them having issues. I searched text and social media messages and could not locate anything indicating Tyrone was fearful of Kiara. Again. And mind you, this was one of the speculations. Did you provide a phone that you was texting yourself? The family told them that she pulled off with one of the phones because somebody stated that they called the phone and she's the person that called back. They sat in that meeting and act like we was the ones that was crazy. I sent the photo of the person they said to Sergeant Fadada, who was able to identify this person. They canvassed multiple times for the person, which was the homeless person they said. They were able to locate him, and he said he did not see Tyrone get out of the vehicle. He said when he noticed something that happened, he looked over and GPD was already on the scene. He said it could possibly be another person that was walking by. He gave him information on that person. I was able to locate this other person at the Exxon gas station. This person said he was not the person who spoke with Richard, or the other person at the scene of the incident. He said he had heard about the incident after the fact. He did not witness it. He said he would ask around and call me if he talked with anyone who witnessed it. I gave my business card and never received a phone call from him. I continued canvassing the area and did not locate anyone who witnessed how Tyrone got out of the vehicle. During the course of my investigation, I was informed that Kiara had transferred over money from Tyrone's bank accounts after his death, which we know was established. And even with the one that the joint with the aunt, all of that money got transferred back because they were able to recoup it from her account. And then the other stuff is going into probate for his children with that mom out of Tyrone's bank accounts. Due to Tyrone living and banking outside of my jurisdiction, I informed them to contact the authorities where they lived and banked. During my investigation, I spoke with Renee multiple times over the phone. Lieutenant Scott spoke with Renee over the phone as well. During phone conversations, Renee said she believes that Tyrone jumped out of the vehicle on his own accord. Renee also said that Tyrone has jumped out of moving vehicles in the past. I told you this was relevant because earlier on, Kiara is very adamant that Tyrone has only ever gotten out of moving vehicles once the vehicle was coming to a stop in order to go and speak to his friends. So now I am questioning why his mom with tell enforcement that he's known to jump out of vehicles. And there's information from the medical examiner's office where Lieutenant Scott said that the mom told him that he's known to jump out of vehicles during the argument. How was that even possible when Kiara herself said that that's never happened? I'm telling you what's in the papers. Based on phone records and surveillance videos, I could verify that Kiara and Tyrone checked into the hotel together. Tyrone went to the hotel room while Kiara went to T-Mobile and tried to get a new router. Kiara picked Tyrone up from the hotel and then went to Papa John's where Tyrone ordered and picked up a pizza. Kiara made a U-turn. After making the U-turn, Kiara entered the Circle K parking lot and parked near the sidewalk. Approximately 5 minutes later, according to Kiara, she returned to the scene after emergency vehicles were driving by. All of this was consistent with Kiara's statements. How many inconsistencies have I named by just reading to y'all? Just reading to y'all the inconsistencies. This shit is wild. Other than Kiara, nobody was located who saw how Tyrone got out of the vehicle. Based on Tyrone's size, it is not probable that Kiara was able to open the passenger door and push him out. Kiara's back seat was packed full, and there was no room out of the vehicle. So again, there was no one else there that was present. On 2/23/26, I received the MB's reports. Tyrone's cause of death was related to complications from multiple blunt force trauma to the head. And then based on these circumstances surrounding this case, I ruled that it was accidental. When Tyrone arrived at Shands, a blood draw was completed. A blood draw showed a low amount of alcohol, which could have been a factor in his decision making. So but it's not a factor in Kiara's decision making, who was the driver, even if by her statement, they both drank the same amount. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you what I'm reading. Tyrone's injuries included trauma to the rear right side of the back of his head and abrasions on his upper extremity and abrasions on his upper neck. These injuries are consistent with falling after exiting a moving vehicle. I've been unable to locate any evidence indicating foul play. So then I received a call with Kiara and that she would not let him. The first 2 seconds of the video are
It cut it off. Hold on, y'all. Let me bring it back up. Hold on. I gotta. It's on the lag. It's lagging. She was getting to the end of it. All right, there we go. All right.
Does not record, so there is no video of her boyfriend jumping out of the car. I advised her I could not provide her with the information requested and provided her with Detective Dose's follow-up information. So I wanted to share those. It does. So I want to be very clear. I'm reading you from the records. Remember when I ended the chat on the 9th, I wanted to be very, very, I'm not trying to read anything wrong because I didn't read anything about it. I've read nothing from the medical examiner. That's the reason y'all so slow and so dense. I've not read a thing from the medical examiner.
All I could say, she was at the end, and at the end, she showed those little documents. They're supposed to be from the police, supposed to be from the police district. So, what do y'all get from this alleged police report that she said came from the police? What do y'all get from it? Because I'm gonna have to go over it again, watch it again, write some shit down. I need some paper. I gotta get a whole bunch of paper because I gotta write some things down, word for word, what she's saying. Damn near shit. Okay, Bless says, she says, I believe her. What do you believe, Bless? You believe Kiera? You believe Tyrone jumped out the car? You believe that was Tyrone that put a shirt on? He didn't have no shirt on. He put his shirt on, went into the hotel, stayed in the hotel. She went to go get a router. Tyrone gets back in the car with her. He pulls up. He said he want to eat. He pulls up. They go pick up the pizza. She make that turn. He fall out the car. Now, I have a hard time. It sounds possible. It sounds possible. But what I'm saying is, why no one at that cabin, after they did this big argument at this cabin, why nobody seen Dro? Why Dro is not helping her pack up for 30 minutes? Where was Dro? Me neither. Me neither, Mimi. At mentor, suspect, victim, military time. Girl, now the officers will use military time, but she's not. The way she reading it, it seemed like that was typed out and written by one of them researchers. C. Ray them. That seemed like some bullshit C. Ray them wrote out. But they can't explain why ain't nobody at that cabin seeing Dro when she was packing her shit up. They left the cabin out. And notice the activists and the research team keep leaving the cabin incident out. So that's why I could believe that wasn't no real police report. Ain't nobody got the Gainesville Police Department report. That shit was written up by them damn robots. Them C-Ray robots. They wrote that shit up. Okay, let me go back to it. Okay, let me go back to it. That shit just sound like somebody sat there, put everything together, and typed it up. That it just don't sound like it's coming from that. And just because she's showing the police report, that could be Gilchrist police report that they released out. Cause remind y'all, Gilchrist did release they report out. Now, didn't she start off saying that she's asking for certain things from GPD and she had to send them the money? So How is you reading off of GPD when they didn't even send you anything yet? She reading off that bullshit of Gilchrist, and then they typed up some old bullshit to add with that bullshit. Hey, Pandora, to add with it. But let's go back to it because she said something about a gun, a pow pow. Let's go back to it. Hold on. Every time I do Facebook, that's why I don't like doing Facebook. It sticks. Hold on, y'all. Hopefully y'all hear me because it's sticking. It's freezing actually. Oh my god. As soon as I pull it up, the damn computer knows she's a liar. As soon as I pull up, man. And I got it on my screen. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to zoom in on that screenshot and zoom in. Because I don't believe that's from Gainesville Police Department. That's that shit she reading off of Gilchrist and showing it up. She reading off some other shit and showing Gilchrist report up that we do have and say, see, this is for GP. That's not from GPD. And the way you was talking on that, no. Hold on. Why is it sticking? Shit, my computer. Oh, I hate Facebook. When you share Facebook, I swear to God. Try to put her ass on here. I can't even do nothing. It is frozen. Do y'all hear me? On my end, it is froze. I'm doing everything to unfreeze it. Oh my goodness. I can't even see y'all chat because this big old thing right here. All right, got her down. Let's try it again. All right, let's see. Oh, it did it again. Ugh. Look. Let's go back to her. Right here. All right. Let's go back to her and see. Let me share again. Hopefully it'll work. If not, then
need to read the injuries if you've actually seen it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And that's the issue. I've never seen people so hell bent on making things that make sense not make sense when it's all right here for you. I was very clear that when I entered, that was the reason in getting the data so that we didn't have to speculate, so that we could see what GPD actually had and what they said. And what's interesting, when I talk about all the inconsistencies, I'm talking about GPD and all their inconsistencies. I'm talking about what they typed and what they said compared to what the actual data actually says and what states as it relates to the reports. The fact that y'all make yourselves look so absolutely absurd and ridiculous is the part for me. I've not, I mean, that's the point when I talk about misinformation. That was the reason that I read to you all what Chief Moya sent me and what the records person sent me before I got it. That's the reason that I was clear that even with them, they didn't want to release it. That's the reason I read to you all the videos that we're actually waiting. See, the issue for me is when I state that receipts, I'm reading you this. And what did I say? So when we get the video so they can actually support what they're actually stating as it relates to in here. What I stated is, now we're still waiting on the 911 calls. What I read you before was fire and rescue. What we read before that was from the news reports. What I read this morning was actually email communications. The audacity of you all to listen to somebody who has no actual receipts when we're stating to you the evidence that they state that they have that we should expect. Y'all said it with no video at Papa John's. They stated that the video was actually uploaded. They stated the Fairfield Inn was uploaded. I literally stated a part of you with Gilchrist County. I didn't read that part because it's been established that this happened between 5:36 and 5:44. That's clear by what is actually laid out. And they're stating that the video footage is going to support that. Those timestamps came from videos that they claim that they pulled that we're going to see. What I read to you is what they stated when they reviewed her car that day. There was too much stuff in it. So that's the point. The point is all of your theories that you're stating, when they presented it, it was actually there. When I read earlier today, they told the medical examiner they were going to pull the black box and then turn around and didn't pull the black box. I didn't do that. They did. They stated this is what they're supposed to do, and they turn around and they didn't do it. They stated in her statement that she said he didn't do these things, and then they turned around and said that she did. I didn't do that. They did that. They stated, in my mind, and not even in my mind, the fact that even outside of this, a whole neurosurgeon has written a statement and is prepared to testify. So, and mind you, in multiple things that I read, multiple people from the ME who sent an email stating that they interviewed the people at the hospital because the hospital said the injuries didn't match. I read you that family members stated, hey, did you interview the people at the hospital? Because the hospital said the injuries don't match that. Like the fact that you're disregarding all of the actual experts to be experts that you are not. This how y'all was doing COVID. All the experts telling y'all what to do during COVID, and all of a sudden now y'all got medical degrees. All of a sudden now y'all got doctoral degrees. Now, as it relates to experts, y'all trying to, and mine is so funny because I actually do have a whole goddamn bachelor's degree. Like the audacity, and then some of Tyrone's family members actually work in criminal justice. And it's so funny to me. Just the irony of all of it. The fact that even with the research team, one of them works in forensics. The other is an MSN that's getting a doctoral degree with experience in forensics. And you still are trying to tell them what is not right with no credentials. But sitting on your ass on a computer, picking it apart because y'all done looked up some AI and these is people's life's work. And literally, in order for shit to get in AI, we got to feed it. Literally. So as I stated, as I wanted to share these things and lay out, hopefully this dismisses a lot of the actual information. As I keep stating, for me, it's about actually reading to you all and letting you all know what the actual things are that are actually in these reports. It's about clarifying what GPD has actually documented. And even as I stated to you all, as they state that things are consistent, if they go back and read their own documentation, things are actually not consistent. As I made very clear, I do believe there was an actual accident. I've never thought that there was an intent to kill him, but it is very clear that whatever happened under that bridge. It is very clear that there was no one else that was actually there. So there was no robbery. There was no drugging. There was no beat up. Even when I read from the medical examiner, the ketamine was in his blood, which is only in your blood for 24 hours, and they pulled it post-mortem, which we know this from the medical records, it was giving to rapidly intubate him. And that's the point. So instead of us making assumptions, let's actually get the data and the information to figure out what it is. I'm wondering if she actually hit him in the head, or if as he was getting out, she got mad and she's hit on the brakes and he bopped his head. I'm wondering that. I don't know if she hit him with a thing. So reading from her own statement, what she said, she slammed on the brakes and she sped up as he was getting out. But that's the issue. I don't know. So that's why this is going to the research team, where this is their job to be able to do that. They're going to help to reconstruct the timeline with the new information. There actually wasn't traffic on that road because remember, the students weren't here. It was the holidays. It was December the 27th. I said the same thing at first, but ironically enough, at this particular time, because Gainesville is almost dead during the holidays, that's why. But that's also why we're waiting on the videos. So then we can see whatever else is there that they might have missed. Because even by reading this report, I see all kind of shit that they missed. Her interview was 4 hours and 56 minutes. You see all I wrote out of there. There could be plenty that's actually in the interview. So that is the reason we're not even just depending on what they wrote up. We want the actual videos and interviews and things ourselves in order to be able to do. He did not. And he's not been known for jumping out of a car. We literally just stated that. What is stated and was made clear, and Kiara herself stated it, they could be riding like Florida boys do. He see his homeboy, and he's known for getting out of the car as it comes to a stop. That's literally why I wanted to make sure that I read that particular part. I read it, and I'm so specific about it because it's a lot of y'all seem very slow. I specifically read that because it was made clear that he does not. I made clear that in her interview, she stated he's never jumped out of a car because he was upset. In her statement, she stated that was abnormal. That was weird. She don't know where that came from. That's the reason that I went back and read it multiple times. It's because she stated it in her statement. Like, that's the deal. And that's the reason that I wanted to read directly. So when y'all said, well, oh, they said this and that, her statement is totally in direct opposition to that. Her own statement. The things that are gathered, the things that are proved, are in direct opposition of somebody else being there, are in direct opposition of it happening in Gilchrist County, are like literally the things that have been gathered are in direct opposition. When we got the emails from the medical examiner today, it is clear that the medical examiner questioned it. That's why they sent so many emails. That's why they asked for a video of the incident. That's why they asked for a particular follow-up. When you read the actual findings, like they stated, the manner of death, that's why I read on the report. The officer said that I said that it's accidental. They stated that the medical examiner said it was from multiple blunt force trauma to the head. The police officer decided it was accidental, not the medical examiner. And for the medical examiner, from the communications that they got, every one of them, even return of investigation, it said the officers kept saying that it was accidental, but even for them, when you denote what the injuries are, they don't make sense. Even when you are released a diagram, there, when you go read the entire report that they got, but I see they've not released it because it doesn't fit in narrative, it shows what the surgical interventions are. It is very clear. The injury that he got is to the right side of the back of his head and abrasions on the back of his neck. That's it. That's the injuries that they actually denoted. You know, when you went and then you look down, he got a scrape on his knee. That could have been from falling. That's it. His injuries do not support him jumping out of a car. In some of the reports, they say 20 miles. Some say 25. Some say 25 to 30. It just don't support that. So for me, I don't have to take the time to speculate. I'm telling you what I'm reading. And what I'm stating is now with this information, it is now going to the professionals who do this to recreate a timeline, who do this to go out there and actually do an actual reconstruction, which is the things that you do in an actual trial. The only difference with this now is where the state would normally pay for this, the family is paying for this up front. Or like with these records, I paid the $561. And so what is happening is when it comes to their experts, the family is paying out of pocket. Where if the state would take it on, they would have paid the private investigator. And it's because they didn't count on this family pulling their resources and making sure that it happens. And the reason we're doing it this particular way, because now when you go convene a grand jury or go hand it to the state, all of the stuff is there. So even when people are asking the FBI or FDLE get involved, the FDLE can absolutely investigate. But what we're doing first is make sure we got it all. And the issue is this is not even about Dro. I was talking to a friend today about a man that got shot. He was with another female, and the girl said she tied him in self-defense. She's the person that chased him down. All the bullet holes was in their vehicles, and literally because she said that he was the aggressor, they actually let her off. She ended up getting decades in prison for another crime that she did some years later. I've named 4 different cases of people they were hit and runs, and the exact same thing happened. Our police department This is literally their pattern when the victim is a black person. And not even just a black males, there are black children that have been hit here, and the same thing has happened. When we did the protest for Justice for Drew on Saturday, there are people in Gainesville upset because a baby got hit. She was like 7 or 8 years old. There's been no justice. I got a mom who wants me to follow because her 16-year-old got hit. And the same thing happened. There was no justice, and there was no investigation, and there was no follow-up. There's a baby now where we got street lights up in our East Gainesville, which is the black side of town, because the baby got hit, and there was no follow-up. So this pattern is not just because it's droll or just because it's abnormal. This is the pattern for our police department. And so for you to sit and for y'all to have so much to say, not even realizing this is so much bigger than droll. Yeah, and that video has been disproven. Again, that's somebody that they don't went and found. That's in nothing. And so, like they said, it's a video going around. That's literally, I got 5 pages that show all of the videos that we're waiting for that $561. This stuff is not accurate. People are purposely sowing disinformation and misinformation and upset at the same time because we keep getting all the documentation in order to be clear about actually what it is. I only had to go to the computer and read the part about Kiara requesting that the witness statements and stuff be read because I only pulled the 10 pages 10 through 23 of this report. I didn't actually print the first 9 pages. So there's plenty of stuff actually here. And to be very clear, that's another thing. Y'all want everybody to post everything for what? Because what it's been very clear, y'all don't give a fuck about facts. For those of y'all, y'all don't care what the facts are. Y'all gonna skew them and make them be whatever it is that you want to be. So do that. What we're gonna do is proceed forward on this journey, like we have been doing. And even like Chief Moy know, he now has to respond to my stuff in 48 hours. So we're gonna keep on our path. So all the stuff that y'all say not gonna work, all the information y'all say we can't go get, we doing it. We're gonna keep on with that. So I'm gonna leave y'all with that. Toodles.
I don't know. So with that being said, Rena told these officers that her son jumps out of the car all the time. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all hear me. Rena tells Gainesville Police Department that he jumps out of the car all the time. This is nothing normal. He does this all the time. And Kiara tells them this not normal. He doesn't do this. Something ain't right. Something not right. And if that is Dro going to the hotel, going to the pizza, could that have been before they went to the cabin? Or could it be somebody else on that video to act to be Dro? Because what I'm not understanding is that it was witnesses at the other light waiting for this light to change. Oh, we're going to get to the position of the body, how the body was placed out there. Let's get to that first. His legs were sticking out. I think she said north or some shit like that. In other words, his body was laying where on his back, where his head would be facing the traffic. More reasons somebody put him out there. They just laid him on out there. They took him out the car. When you take somebody out the car, their head is facing you. When you picking them up out the car, somebody grabbing his feet and somebody grabbing his upper part body. And they laid him down just like they took him out the car, where his head is facing the traffic way. Hey, Rainy Ryan. His head is facing the traffic way. If you go back and listen to her, the way she explained it, his head, Lulu can't lift him up and put him out that car. And if he'd have fell out that car, he would not have landed on his back. Y'all not getting this. He fell out that car. Dro would not have landed on his back. And he definitely wouldn't have landed facing the traffic way and his body facing the other way. His legs are facing this way. He laying down with his head facing the traffic. That ain't how he gonna end up falling out no car. So I don't care what she got. Then when the first witness pop up and noticed Dro, thought he was a piece of garbage bag, thought he was a garbage bag or whatever. When he noticed Dro, he was laying out there. When the other people pulled up, he was laying out there. But according to Lulu on the sister call, she comes down, make a U-turn, and Dro is being helped by rendering aid. The nurse is rendering aid by the time she came back down and went her ass back up to the damn gas station and waited till she heard the sirens, like I said, waited till she heard the sirens, the police, and she came down few minutes later, well, some minutes later, as they had already had him on a stretcher, putting him in the ambulance. When she came back down, he wouldn't be in her car. So where did he fall at? Where did he fall out the car? I agree with that, spiritual. The question is, why didn't the police feel the need to investigate further? Well, seems like the police felt that they didn't need to investigate further because they ruled it as an accident, him falling out the fucking car. Then after talking to Renee, they really didn't need to investigate it further. After talking to the mother, because it's something he does all the time, jump out of the car when they're in a heated argument. And Lulu is driving. We're going to do a part 2. What's the what, Wednesday? Lulu family pulling some strings for her. And I feel like some dark magic going on. But the God I know I will concord all. Amen. There's something going on. Seems like the Jennings family, seems like Miss Renee is protecting Lulu. Why is she protecting Lulu? Because she didn't want Lulu locked up. Or she protected Lulu because maybe she felt if it's not considered an accident, A, she didn't want Lulu locked up because, that's her daughter-in-law and all that other fake shit. B, she wanted to go ahead and claim that insurance as an accident. Because why would you sit there and tell these cops, no, go ahead and do your investigation, or whatever you come up with? See what's missing out of this GPD report is two things. Gilchrist has Gilchrist has their own investigation, done their own investigation. So there's no way Gilchrist and GPD work together on this. Because had they did that, they'd have known Arthur was the last person that talked to Dro too. See, I'm not going to be no dummy over here. There's a recording. Why? And this is the thing. They want to leave out other important information. However, Arthur was the last one to talk to Dro too. But GPD would never know that. Because he talked to him in Gilchrist. Because he was at the cabin. Right, old boy. And the fact that his mama said that to the police hurts me. He was such a mama's boy. Yes, he was. But you could see right there, tell you, the mama didn't give a fuck about Dro. This is why I'm going hard on Renee. And everybody want to say, oh, she's so innocent. Oh, Renee's so innocent. Renee lost 2 kids before. She ain't had nothing to do with it. Now what y'all got to say? Because if that report is true of what this woman reading, and if this report is true on what this woman reading, what do y'all got to say about Renee now? What the ones that believe Renee was so innocent and grieving because she already lost 2 sons, that's what they want you to think. That's what Renee wanted y'all to think. They'll never think I did anything because I'm already grieving about 2 sons I lost. So they damn sure know I ain't got nothing to do with my son, my last son. Why would I have something to do with my last son when I'm still grieving about 2 sons I lost? Maybe their cases need to be open. Did you get insurance money off of them? Did she get money off the other 2 sons? Because this is what she wanted people to know. This is what Renee. And I'm watching Facebook. She innocent. Leave the mama alone. Why would she do that for some insurance? Why would she do that? Well, then why in the fuck would she sit up there and tell GPD if that report is true, accurate? Because you don't know. But if it is, why would you tell GPD, oh no, that's something my son do all the time? Yeah, he jumped out the car. But I could have sworn the activist also said when the police came up, they realized it wasn't a fall out the car, a jump from a car. But they still failed to do a full investigation. Once they realized it wasn't a jump from a car, but they talked to the mother and Lulu for 4 hours, and they talked to the mother about a mother talking about, well, my son does that. Yep, he jumped for cars. Yep, when they get mad at one another, he'll definitely jump. They both will jump from cars. If she driving, she'll jump if he driving. And how the hell did Arthur know Dro was at the hospital? Gilchrist turned it over about Arthur. The motherfuckers just ain't doing their job. Right. They're not putting it all together. That's what I'm saying. They're not putting Gilchrist and GPD investigation as one. They're not. They just left out Gilchrist. They left out the investigation of Gilchrist. Now it's GPD on his own. And that's not how it works. Because you talk to the last person that talked to him. He was at the cabin. According to Arthur, on that recording, Dro was at the cabin. They was about to pack up. So it did start at Gilchrist. I'm tired of this lady saying Gilchrist is out. No, it's not. No, it's not. Gilchrist ain't out. Because the last time they talked on Friday going into Saturday, he had to pack up. Gilchrist ain't out because she said he bust his head at Gilchrist. So if he bust his head at Gilchrist, how in the fuck he end up on Southwest Archer? If he bust his head at Gilchrist, why is he down there? More reason to say somebody put him there. See the lies? Y'all see the lies? Do y'all hear the lies? Because she read out that he had harmed himself at Gilchrist cabin. At the cabins. He bust his head. So when you want to know how the hell he ended up on that road, why the lie detector test wasn't in the report? Because it was never a lie detector test. That's some shit Renee lied about and Lulu. They both clocked it. I'm telling y'all, Renee ain't innocent. Renee is not innocent. Yeah, she lost 2 sons. But Renee is not innocent. Renee probably got that money off them 2 sons, and we don't know. Because the 2 sons' death went public. Like Dro's death became viral. Both of us really need to start digging and see if she received some insurance off of them. Because anytime a mother sit there and tell the cop, in other words, that's what my son do, and the cop say, okay, well, we'll just write it up as an accident. Well, also, you should have wrote it up as a suicide or undetermined. Did they, hey, Karen, I can see, that's why I'm gonna have to read it again. I mean, not read it, I'm sorry. Listen to it a lot, like again and again. She mentioned a white pickup truck. Because if it was a white pickup truck, that's where Dro was at, inside that damn white pickup truck, right in the bed of that truck. Well, Arthur said she texted him. Then Arthur also said that she told him at the hospital. Then he also was saying that she talked to him. And then he changed and said, no, she ain't got my number or nothing like that. She told me this at the hospital. Why is Arthur lying? Why all the lies from Arthur? Why do Arthur need to be lying if he has nothing to do with the shit? What was he lying for? Okay, I'm going to check that out. Let me write that down. So I can pay attention to, because I want to hear about that. So the pickup truck was on the wrong side of the road. A white pickup truck. Yeah, I'm gonna really have to go back and listen. Yes, LG, go back and listen. It was a lady at the cabin grounds reported that. Whoa! So the lady reported seeing a white pickup truck on the other side of the road. Uh-huh. I wish they would say what day it was. Was it Saturday? Was it Friday? The hospital debunked that by saying the injuries were consistent. Exactly. And I ain't gonna lie, if the activists read the medical report and she said she have not looked at it and read it, which she have, she will see that Dro has old scars. He has old scars on his abdomen. He has old scars on the bottom part of his leg, old scab and scars. He has old scars on his knees. These are old scars. The only fresh scars they seen was his head injury, a bruise on his back, shoulder, and arms. Those was the fresh new bruising they seen. His head, shoulders, back, and arms. She said she seen it Saturday. So could it have been the manager? Because remember the manager, or could it have been the new people that was waiting to go in as she was coming out? Because remember, the new people had rented this cabin. Supposed to have been written the cabin. But then if she supposed to been out by Saturday at 11, but she did have see all this shit. The manager says out of his mouth, she supposed to have been out Saturday at 11. However, she had a late checkout, right? So she had a late checkout. Was the pickup truck on the other side of the street? Was it the other people that was waiting for her to check out to get in? No, that was Lulu car going down the wrong side of the road, I believe, after they got into it. I did hear that she was going down because she was going down the wrong side of the road because she missed her stop or something. And ketamine can be found in the system longer. Wait a minute. And ketamine can be found in the system longer than 24 hours, like she keeps trying to say. Well, she let the activists tell it. Ketamine was given at the hospital, but I wasn't. They are very trained neurosurgeons, and a head injury, a brain injury. So his brain not functioning. Why would they have to give him ketamine if his brain not functioning? At this point, he's a vegetable. So why would they need to give him ketamine? I believe that ketamine was given to him at that motherfucker cabin. I know, Bless, this is exhausting, but don't worry, we're going to get it right. No, the activist read from a report. No, she gave the name of the witness that seen the white pickup on the wrong side of the road. Okay, so Bless said they give it to him to keep him from sieging. But if his brain is not functioning and he's sieging, what is it gonna help? Because he ain't got no brain activity. What is it gonna help? He's gone. The best thing they did, you know what they done? They put him on life support the life support machine. Him having a seizure, what it was gonna help? I believe he was given that ketamine as a slow way to stabilize him to not fight back. I believe that was to get. I honestly believe that was given to him at that cabin and not at that hospital. Oh, when he first got there, read the medical report. She said she didn't read it, and she said she ain't read it for a purpose because she waiting for GPD, and when everything come back, she'll read the report. She made her son look like he was a bad person when she told the police that, yep, and all he was wrong doing was loving his enemy. All he was doing was loving his enemies. He was loving all his enemies. Yeah, he was loving Lulu. He was loving Renee. Yep, and Renee just fucked the case up with. Renee just helped fuck the case up too. I didn't think she read the report. Renee just messed that case up too by them asking the mother about your son. And then, not only that, according to Lulu, Lulu said he never jumps out nothing like that when they argue. So which one is it? Do we or don't we? Which this explains why she told the sister, why should I have stopped? This is nothing uncommon. That's why she told the sister that. That explains exactly why she told the sister, why should I have stopped? This is nothing uncommon. Yeah, I saw that. Right, Jamaica, Lulu was his enemy. Lulu was his enemy. Oh, is that part of the 911? Oh, wait a minute. Is that part of the interview call that the police officer was talking to Arthur? I didn't hear him say he should. Oh yeah. When he told dude, he was like, y'all should talk to her first. Why y'all calling me? Why y'all talking to me? Y'all should have talked to her first. If you talk to her, our stories should be the same. Yep, I heard that. And why would he have to say that? Right, at Black Butterfly. You could be y'all could be together 50 years, 30 years, 15 years, god damn it. I don't give a fuck. I want an investigation. I want an investigation. Cause see Renee, you're walking around here. You're walking around here throwing shade because it came back as an accident, when in fact it's really not an accident. Your son was harmed. He was murdered. It's too many clues. He has blunt force trauma, no road rash, laid out there like garbage. Renee, your son was laid out there head first like garbage. They wanted a motherfucker to run over his fucking head. His head was facing the street way. They wanted a motherfucker to crush his damn head. Your son was laid out there like garbage. When the witness now pulled the fuck up, let's just even say this. When the witness now pulled up, when they all pulled up and saw him out there, and they thought one of them thought he was garbage, because that's how he was laid out there like garbage. None of them saw nobody jump out, no car. He was already there. Now, Lulu, if you had just left from right there and his car's at the light, you make the U-turn and you notice first responders out of Lulu mouth. She noticed, not first responders, she noticed the nurse render him aid. So what the timeline is, When did you come back down the street and notice the nurse rendering him aid? When did you come down the street and notice the nurse rendering aid? Because you were still up at that daggone gas station. So you were sitting up at that gas station waiting, in my opinion, for the call to say, all right, we got him, he already down there. And you came down to ride past to see him down there on the ground. But by the time you went down there to see him on the ground, the nurse came out and fucking was rendering aid to him. Then you took your ass right back up to that gas station, sat another 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes, and come back down. He on the stretcher, getting ready to go on off to the hospital. You're not left the crime scene once. You went to the crime scene twice. The investigation should have started at the cabin. Exactly. That's the last place they can say they physically saw Dro was seen. Exactly. The illusion that someone said they heard his voice tells Lulu to come back inside alive. Exactly. Not unless it was somebody else in there alive saying, come back, come back. Yeah, because it wasn't Dro. It wasn't Dro. She jumped up out of there to leave up out of those cabins because she know that happened. Remind y'all, then did y'all see, y'all peep this one out? Y'all peep this? Boom. She want to say he, at this point, I said she want to say he got mental issues or he tried to commit suicide because he exhausted over the trip and losing his grandfather. Not losing both of his brothers and grandfather, but he exhausted planning the trip and losing his grandfather. Another excuse she wanted to be made, so he jumped out the car. So now, at this point, that would be a suicide. So you wouldn't have got no damn insurance money. Renee, you probably told her to now change that shit up. It's an accident. He jumped out the car. Renee probably told her to change that shit up. Because you tell them motherfucking folks he was depressed about losing his fucking grandfather and he exhausted with this trip. That's suicide. Change that. No, it wasn't no suicide. Oh no, you said that. She said that. She said that. She said they have video of him at Papa John's and hotel. They even have video of her parking up under the awning, hideout. You parked up under the awning at the hotel. You parked up under the awning. Do y'all get this? Parked up under the awning. Why? Because you didn't want to make it visible who the guy is that actually really get out the car? Huh? Is it really Dro? Yeah, you might have saw a man get out, but is it really Dro? Huh? He parked up under the awning. She parked up under the awning. So you can't really see. You can just see figures. You can see a male figure. Yeah. Yeah. You can see a male figure. This investigation should be it. Right. And then why would she be lying to the first responders? Why would she lie to the first responders and say she drove sister and they had an argument, a disagreement that he didn't like? So he jumps out the car, but we're sisters and brothers. Where's that report? Why she ain't reading that no more? Because that came from the activist, right? It's all the lies, all the lies, all the lies. Like I said, when them people did not see her no more, when them people did not see Dro anymore after this argument, that was his last stop. They getting ready to make some AI, y'all, that would have been out if it was a video. They're gonna make an AI video trying to make it like it's Dro. Not only that, they would have showed the family, Mimi. They would have shown that family when they went up to GPD on a scheduled visit that they had video. They told them they had it. Why you ain't show it? We in a whole meeting and you telling me that you see it. Why not show it to me? Because it doesn't exist, and I don't care what nobody say. Do you remember the white lady was at the cabin telling Joe that the setup he did for Lulu was nice? Then here comes Polo posting a picture of a white lady in a group picture with Rena and family. Oh, I didn't see that. Polo posting a picture of the white lady in a group picture with Rena and family. Oh, I didn't see that. They said they did go to Papa John's. It was a video when it first happened, but it disappeared. That video, blessed again. We got to say this. The video that popped up and disappeared, that was not Dro inside a real Papa John's. They put Dro, they did an AI. They did an AI video where they put Dro inside a Papa John's at a concession stand. He was at some kind of event, him and Lulu, and he went to at the concession stand to order some food with him and Lulu. Somehow they made an AI video with Papa John's on it with him in it and two guys standing inside the video. That's not the original video. That was the AI that was approved and that was debunked. And somebody took that video down. I never saw a real video. I'm not speaking of the AI one. I'm speaking of the real Papa John video at Dro. Oh boy. Oh, so there was a real video. So I wonder why it was taken down so quick if it was a real video. The lady at the cabin when Dro was decorating was the cleaners. Yep, she cleaned the cabins too. And can't nobody even talk to her without a subpoena. The manager said can't nobody talk to her without a subpoena. Oh, Bless said she's seen it. She said it is a real video. So I wonder who had that video and why was it taken down? And why the activists don't have it if it was a real video. I think that video was real. Because the one that disappeared, it looked real, but it was an AI. But Blessed is the only one in the whole world seen the real one. Because the activists ain't got the real one. Right. Hey, Bless, you the only one that seen the real video. I wish you would have recorded it. Because the activists and the family ain't even seen the video. They waiting. They waiting to see the real video. Just like us. We waiting too. Hey, y'all. Bless the only one that seen the real video in the whole wide world of watching these cases. And shit, I wish she would have recorded because the video we seen and was immediately taken down was the AI video. Another thing I had been wondering, how long they were at the cabin. Well, the activist said since Wednesday. So, was the Wawa video made on their way to the cabin? Yes, it was, Black. Where you been, Black Butterfly? Yes, and I believe they was not in Broward County at that Wawa. They was up there in Gainesville, Wawa. Yes, because it is a Wawa up there. It's definitely a Wawa up there by Circle K and Waffle House. There's a Wawa up there. It's definitely in Gainesville. It's a Wawa. I know for a fact. It's in Gainesville. And that was on Christmas Eve. So they was already there. They were just 30 minutes away from the cabin. They were 30 minutes away from the cabin in Gainesville. They was already hit in Gainesville. And guess who was with him in Gainesville? I'll tell y'all again. Art, the other cousin, or another guy, I don't know who he was, Dro, and Lulu. There were 4 of them in the car. Now, I will say that. And they was at Wawa. 30 more minutes away, they would have been at the cabin. And they was there on Christmas Eve because Dro was with them on Christmas Eve. I thought they said the pizza place recorded over that video continuously. So it ain't gonna be a video. Even if it was a video, it ain't a video because they recorded over it. Hello. So while the activist steady saying there's a piece of her video, maybe she thinking the AI part, or they gonna make an AI video. They probably in progress of making the AI video to make it look real, like it was Dro. But I'm gonna tell y'all now, if they really had that video and they had a sit down meeting, a scheduled meeting that costed $2,300 for the damn activists to put together. Okay, and you mean to tell me, you telling me y'all got a video of this and that, and you ain't gonna pull that little stick thing out, that little USB thing, and stick it on in your damn, and one of them Chromebooks you got, officer? You know when you interrogating somebody and you bring out that little Chromebook and you show them this is you on video. Why you couldn't show them? Why could you show that family? Why could none of them officers show that family that day? But you could tell me you got it on video. But you can't show me because it ain't no video. And at this point, it really ain't no video because Papa John's recorded over it. Now, I don't know about the hotel because you had to see her park up under the awning. And she parked up on that awning for a reason. She parked up under that awning for a reason. So you won't even know who that male figure is. She parked up under the awning because she trying to get away from the camera view. Why is she dodging the camera view? And they keep saying Dro came out the hotel room, this and that. Well, until I see the fucking camera, that ain't Dro. That's not Dro. Dro was left up there at the cabin. At this time, Dro out there on the ground. She's circling around. That's what she doing. Circling around, driving here to Metro PC, wherever the fuck. She doing all this driving, knowing Dro out there on that goddamn ground. That wasn't no damn Dro. And I ain't even gonna lie. Arthur is the same height as Dro. Arthur can pass for Dro. They first cousins. They favor one another. Arthur wear a black scully on top of his head, just like fucking Dro. Arthur could wear Dro clothes with his back turned and he could pass for fucking Dro. If his back turned, you parking up under the Audi, or whatever they call it, the awning. You're parking up under that awning for a reason. To disguise a view. They could see you. You and Arthur went in that hotel. You and Arthur went in that hotel. It wasn't no goddamn Dro. Dro was fucked up at that cabin. He had on a white beat. Oh, wait a minute. He had on a white beater. He had on some brown joggers and some slides with a Louis Vuitton hat. At the pizza place. Damn, I wish you would have. Do you got pictures? Because I got an email. Send it to my email. Is my email black? You do? Oh, here. Send it to this email. Send it to that email. Can you send it to this email that's scrolling? And you sure he at the Papa John's? Okay, I'm going to be looking out for it. Now I got to start checking that email. I don't even check that email. I don't even use it. But now I got to check for it. Because she said, Dro. So if the video do come out, y'all, the video do come out, remember this. She said he was wearing a white wife beater, brown joggers, and some slides with a Louis Vuitton hat. Now, when he was out there on the road, he had on black joggers, a white beater, and I don't know what kind of slides he had on, but he had on some slides. And they never said if he had on the hat or not. We'll see, but y'all remember this. Screenshot this screen right now. She said Dro had on a white wife beater, some brown joggers, some slides with a Louis Vuitton hat inside a Papa John's. Y'all remember that. Screenshot this screen. Y'all remember what she said he had. So if the video come out and he inside Papa John's, he better have on a white wife beater, some brown joggers, and some slides with a Louis Vuitton hat. If he don't have on that, the Gainesville done cocked up an AI video. But he should have had on some black joggers, a white beater, and some slides, and maybe a Louis Vuitton hat. Because his joggers was black. According to the activists did say it was pictures that they had. But why the activists ain't give it to the family members that day? They could have went in their computer. They could have printed them off and handed it to the family members. Why had the family members sitting around waiting? And why the family members and the activists didn't demand them before they left that office? Why should I have to wait if y'all got them? Print them out right now. Let me go home with them. Let me see if it's my child, my loved one, my nephew, my brother. Let me see. Or you think the family knows? They do know. They sync the pictures and just playing like they don't to us. Well, I don't know, y'all. I've been on here for a long time. I'm about to it's 3:00. Okay, so I'm about to get on off of here. I want to thank everyone who came through and came in here. I will probably be back. If not tomorrow, I'll definitely be back Thursday. Yeah, or Friday. Maybe Friday. And we could do part 2, because what I'm gonna do is listen to this. You sure I ain't have on this? This ain't that no Papa John's. What I'm gonna do is go over the activist video once again. I'm gonna go over the activist video once again. Until next time, y'all. We already know justice for drought. Justice for drought. The report read that Dro got out the car at the hotel and put on a shirt. This shit is crazy, and then he got out and got the pizza at 5:18. Shit is crazy as fuck. Yeah, but I could have sworn as the activist kept reading, old boy, as the activist kept reading, she said he went back to Pizza Hut at 5:30. Or am I tripping? So did he get the pizza at 5:18 or 5:30? Because I swear she said he got the pizza at 5:30. I say the same thing. So y'all read old boy report. Old boy comment. He said the report read that Dro got out the car at the hotel, put on a shirt. Now this shit is crazy. And he got out and got the pizza at 5:18. But if you listen to her a little bit more, when she reading some more stacks of papers or reports, as she keep going on, she says he went in a pizza place at 5:30. Okay, the clothes keep changing. He was wearing pajamas to shorts and joggers. Okay, somebody is definitely lying. He had on pajamas first. You remember? He had on pajamas first. And the second witness, they saw him in pajamas. Second witness saw him in shorts. Then they corrected and said, no, he on black joggers with a white beater. So I don't know, but we definitely gonna sure did. That's it. The nurse and the fiance said pajamas. She said they was brown. Les said them pajamas was brown. So how you go from brown pajamas to black jogging pants? Because the guy, according to that was talking to Polo, the witness that was talking to Polo, he said they was black. Somebody said they was black. Well, you ain't the only one that said joggers. They came out and said he had on joggers. We won't know until she get the original reports. We won't know. But we're going to go on and get off of here. I'm going to do a part 2 tomorrow for sure. I mean, not tomorrow, probably. If not tomorrow, depending on how I feel, because I got some running around to do tomorrow. Like, I'm going to be busy. But depending on how I feel, we may do it tomorrow or Thursday. Until then, y'all, we're going to say justice for Dro, justice for Dro, justice for Dro. Because we can't get enough of that through the activists. So we're going to keep screaming justice for Dro.
Say it loud, say it slow, yeah. From the David to the Jennings, whole city gon' glow. Justice for Dro. Every block, every road, we gon' ride till it's right. We ain't never letting go. David's family stand tall, that's blood. Jennings ride that same fight, same love. Name her high, we don't ride in chalk. We carve it a stone when the streets all tall. Front yard prayers, porch light on. Whole hood humming that same sad song. Turn that pain to a war cry. Run it. If you feel this in your chest, say something. Justice for Dro. Say it loud, say it slow. From the David to the Jennings, whole city gon' glow. Justice for Dro. Every block, every road, we gon' ride till it's right. We ain't never letting go. Mama got tears, but her back don't bend. Uncle on the phone tryna call that friend. Cousins in the car doing laps round town. Every stop sign feel like sacred ground. We don't fold, we don't fake, we push. Turn up, let it shake, let them look. If you with us, put your fists in the sky. One time for Joe, we forever gon' ride. Say it loud, say it slow. From the David to the Jennings, whole city gon'